Doherty. How are you?
Very good, Mr. Girardi. And
Good. And this was a test. I was able to actually check and make sure everything is working this time.
no, I read lips very well. I can't hear a damn thing you're saying.
Sorry, we are live to YouTube now.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
So I guess live to YouTube means we can't complain about that Leafs game last night.
Nope.
Poor reffing.
Yeah, it's okay. Hey, they got to lose sometimes.
Speaking of which, Marchie, the NFL playoffs not out of the question for those Lions.
No, what a game they had yesterday.
Oh, what a play call. 4th and half a yard passing in your own end. What a
Mhm.
play call that was.
Oh, well.
Yeah, they finally did it.
Yeah.
Sky's the limit now.
Hey, they can still make the playoffs.
No.
Next year.
No, it's not mathematically impossible yet.
Yeah.
Uh,
And
1 minute
There.
to Shaw.
they're 1-10-1.
nah, they're done.
Council, I'm going to ask tonight that you use the raise hand function on the screen. If you all know where that is on the bottom of your screen when you want to speak, and then it'll show on my screen who's in order, and that'll help me not have to look at my phones consistently to see who's texting me. And
We are
so
live to Shaw.
we'll give that a shot. So thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to welcome everybody to our budget meeting. I want to thank our media partners and our broadcasting partners for reporting on our meeting and broadcasting our meeting so the public can participate. I want to recognize that we are in Robinson Huron Treaty Territory, and the land on which we are gathered is the traditional territory of Anishinaabe, commonly and historically known to them as Bawating. I want to recognize and acknowledge Achawana First Nation, Garden River First Nation, the Sault Ste. Marie Historic Métis Council, the Indigenous Friendship Center, and our local urban Indigenous population. I want to also recognize that we're the head office of Missinaba Creek First Nation. I want to thank them all for sharing their land with us. Madam Clerk, if we can start the meeting, please.
Under agenda item 1, I have a motion by Councillors Shoemaker and Christian. Resolved that the agenda for December 6, 2021 budget meeting as presented be approved.
All in favor? Motion is carried. So, Paul, can I just ask you to take your hand, unraise your hand, because I can't move my screen around while the hand's raised. So I'm just organizing all the councilors so you're on the same screen. Thanks. Okay, so did we just approve the agenda? Did we not, Madam Clerk, or do we have to call the vote now?
No, that did pass. I don't have any declarations of pecuniary interest.
Do we have any, council? Seeing none?
And agenda item 3, Ontario Regulation 28409. I have a motion by Councillors Shoemaker and Christian. Resolved that the report of the Manager of Finance dated December 6, 2021 concerning Ontario Regulation 28409 be approved for the budget year 2022.
All in favor? Motion is carried.
And under agenda item 4, Sault Ste. Marie Police Service, Chief Stevenson is on the call.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to Council, Chief Stevenson. Just
Thank you.
finding you here on my screen. There we go. We got you. Okay. Thanks, Chief Stephen. Do you need to share your screen to do a presentation?
I believe that would be done by,
Yeah, very good. Madison's got that up.
thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
Okay, we'll get right into it. First of all, I wanted to use this opportunity to thank Mayor and Council for the support for Ryan and the Vanderman family, as well as the police service during the incident that occurred a couple months ago. Many officers and the family appreciated a lot of the emails, a lot of the comments and the prayers, and we thank you for that. So let's move on to the executive summary. So the budget this year, 2022, the board passed the budget with originally a 4.96 increase over the 21 budget. I'll go through each of these items, and if you want to jump in and ask me about each of them, you're more than welcome to. So first of all, that 4.96 increase accounted for advance hiring for confirmed retirements in the following year. And there was a total of 5 FTE. Last year, we had the possibility of 8 members retiring. This year, we have the possibility of 6. So I asked the board to allow us to get those folks to Ontario Police College and get them trained up for retirements that had put their letters in, and so that we could have them on the street by the time that individual retired. The second point is special constable complement was increased by 2 part-time FTEs. That was specifically related to our cell area and making sure that our prisoners that were suffering long-term drug addiction and mental health crisis had eyes and ears on them while they're in our custody, as opposed to a frontline police officer. And the third bullet point speaks to the issue of increasing our part-time staff complement in the Emergency Operations Center and data entry area by 3 part-time FTEs. If you go to the next slide. As most agencies that are in emergency services are feeling right now is the cost of vehicles, the lack of availability of vehicles. And our vehicle leases increased year over year by 52.5%. That's 377,000. And these cost of vehicles were increased due to the COVID and the lack of availability. When we were unable to buy the vehicles we wanted to buy, we had to buy other vehicles that were higher grades. And just if you're wondering how long we keep our vehicles, a number of years ago, we used to keep them for 3 years, and we found that in that 3rd year, the vehicle costs went through the roof. Police vehicles, for everyone, have to understand, they run 24/7, 365 days a year. So basically, they're only turned off when you're going through a shift change or they're getting an oil change. So vehicles are simply an ongoing cost, and the lack of availability pushed this up to 52.5% increase. As part of that, we had to purchase a new K9 F-150 for our new K9 patrol. The current K9 member will be retiring soon, so we had to bring in new assets to replace that on the front line. Legal fees, as you can see in the 3rd bullet point, increased by 25,000 or 32 or 33%. And that was to manage internal absences, requiring greater legal assistance when we bring people off of sick leave back into the office. And it's simply a protective preventative issue so that we make sure we follow the rules and don't end up in litigation. Computer increased 85,000. Many of you may not be aware, but the Sioux Police Service suffered a cyber attack back in September. And as a result of that, we had to spend, obviously, to get our data management system and our computer-aided dispatch and our RMS niche system up to speed, as well as working with the provincial government to make sure that we were safe for the future to go forward. A photo equipment piece is 6,000 to replace out-of-date broken cameras and surveillance. That's an adequacy requirement that we have the most up-to-date equipment. And finally, the other capital increase of 218,000 included the NG 911 or 80,000. It increased from 21. And that is for all the emergency radios in the Sioux area, all EMS work out of that NG 911 cost. The last piece here is 210,000 for the building, including upgrades and repairs. We've had several health and safety complaints as recommended by the Joint Health and Safety Committee in conjunction with the Ministry of Labor. For example, the parking lot was deemed unsafe in terms of pedestrian walking into work. The HVAC system is constantly being repaired. Air quality, heating and cooling issues are a constant in the building and obviously have to be maintained. Next slide, please. So after we passed the budget, the ratification of the collective agreement came through, and basically what you're seeing there is there's 5.2% increase to the original 4.96. And that is basically where we are paying for 3 years of collective agreement FTE increases. So you have 2 years of past wages that were negotiated, and then obviously for the 20 to 22 budget, you have a total of 3 years that you're paying for all at once. And that primarily accounts for, as you can see in the first bullet point, 6.14% of the increase. As a result of that collective agreement negotiation, there was an increase in retiree benefits that was negotiated of 23.6%. WSIB chargebacks increase. We don't have any control over that. That's WSIB saying we need 10% more. And insurance increases we have no control over. So there's the breakdown of your budget. Open to discussion.
So Madison, if I can ask you to, thank you. So I can see my screen again. Chief, just give me a second here. I want to make sure that Councillor Hollingworth hasn't jumped in yet and I missed her. I don't think she has. Okay, so council, so we've got the chief here. He just gave us a presentation. I also have sat on the police service board for the last 7 years. I'd be happy to answer any questions in conjunction with him. And I know Councillor Vezo-Allen also sits on the police service board, and she has for the last 3 years. So I've got a hand up here, Councillor Gardy, and I just asked, yeah, so go ahead and then you can start with you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Chief Stevenson, and if you want to weigh in, obviously, or Councillor Vezo-Allen. You mentioned it at the end there, Chief, that, human resources are the costs that are having the greatest impact on the budget of the service, and in turn leading to the increase that we're considering here tonight. Would you be able for the public to kind of explain what the service is doing to contain some of these rising costs and why they're going up so much? And would you be able to explain some of that in a little more detail, please?
Well, certainly. I mean, the first thing you've asked about is the collective agreement. And across Ontario, Sault Ste. Marie is no different than medium to large police services. There's labor rules in terms of increases that they get every year. The board's well aware of that. And so those are something that the chief of police can't really mitigate because I don't sit on the negotiations. I don't have any input into that specifically on the amount. And in terms of the benefit package, obviously that all comes with it. When you look at the total budget, Councillor Gardy, really the chief of police controls maybe 5 or 6%, really controls that. So if I was to be able to put it into 3 areas, you had a collective agreement issue that came all 3 years at once. You have vehicle increases that are totally outside of our control in terms of COVID. As an adequate and effective police service, we obviously have to provide transportation to calls for service. And the training piece is also a part of that. And as you know, during COVID, many of us couldn't go away to travel to get our training, and that sort of all came through in the 2021 budget, where we had to get our training done to be an adequate and effective police service. Your question was, are there things that we can mitigate? In fairness to the board, we met, and Councillor Vesu-Allen can confirm this, we had at least 2 meetings where we continually went back and looked at it. The difficulty of policing is that the board has to provide adequate and effective policing to a community, no matter where that is. And in this particular instance, we went through the budget. We looked at a $75,000 bill to put into studying a new building. We pulled that piece out. We were just simply trying to find some things that A, we could control, and B, that we could defer. On the vehicle issue, as I sort of mentioned in the introduction, originally we had them for 3, and that ended up costing us more money because vehicles are a constant. So if you hold them longer, you pay more and you're further behind. So we have a gradient of how we use vehicles: 2 years for frontline, 3 years for training, and 4 years for the detective office. And what we found is that way to manage that budget seems to give us the most longevity out of our transportation needs. So we mentioned the collective agreement, which we don't have a lot of control over. The building issues continue to, obviously under health and safety rules, we have to provide that. There's not a lot of fat that even if we did sit back down at the table, we could take out without it affecting the adequacy and the effective requirements of the Police Services Act, which the board and the chief are charged with providing.
Okay, thank you, Chief. So I've got Councillor Shoemaker physically put his hand up, and then I've got Councillor Bruno and Councillor Bruni and Councillor Vesu-Allen. Assuming Councillor Gardy, you were finished with your questions? Okay, good.
Yeah, thanks, Chief, for the explanation. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so Councillor Shoemaker, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Following up on some of Councillor Gardy's questions and also some additional ones I had. Chief, what is the age of that building that you're in?
Oh, I'm going to suggest it's in the late 60s was the second edition, and I can get back to you on that.
Okay.
But that would be ballpark.
Would it be fair to characterize the building as a money pit?
Well, yes.
Okay. I see in your presentation there's 210,000. What I'm not clear on is that, and that was for building related costs. That is, I presume you have a regular building and maintenance and repair budget per year.
That's correct.
And so the 210,000 cost was in addition to whatever you've got budgeted for that?
Over and above, yes.
Okay. And so is it, so as part of your increase here, the 4.96, so if we ignore the staff, the salary and benefits increases for a minute. So of the 4.96% of your increase, part of that 210,000 is related to building repairs. So if we give you that increase, are you not effectively putting 210,000 into your budget year over year for, and essentially building maintenance?
Yes. So just to qualify, there's a constant that goes into the building to keep all buildings maintained through the year. These are additions to it that either come out of joint health and safety or, employee complaints related to the heating and costing issues. And they are continually being evaluated. For example, the windows were done about 1.5 years ago. They were all recocked. I mean, there are certain significant issues associated with the building. And in fairness to the board, it has been brought forward several times to say, Why are we not investing in the future? Why should we be looking into, a cost analysis of what we're putting in? And that was 75,000, Councillor Shoemaker, that we pulled out so we could save money on our budget. There's still lots of interest at the board level to continue that forward as the monies become available.
If I can just jump in here though, Chief, I think what Councillor Shoemaker might be driving at, which is probably an important distinction, is if council was to find a couple $100,000 in one-time capital to cover some of your immediate costs that you need for this year, do you need to build that into the levy? Because what you're doing is like you have some significant issues with the building that you need to put in.
Yeah.
And so you're saying I need 210,000 for the building. And I think Councillor Shoemaker's point, Councillor Shoemaker, you can jump in if I'm reading this wrong. Councillor Shoemaker's point is, but you're building that 210 into the levy, and you might not need it next year and the year after and the year after. So maybe we should be dealing with that as a one-time capital ask and not a levy increase. Am I correct there, Councillor Shoemaker?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, over the course of 5 years, you're going to get $1 million here. Or no, yeah, $1 million. Yeah.
Yeah. So Chief, to that point, if that was covered by some one-time capital funding, your concern would be addressed in that respect.
Yes.
You wouldn't need to build that into the levy.
I think if you increase the overall budget of the building to account for that, because we've seen pretty well every year, Mr. Mayor, there have been increases above what's been budgeted. So if you looked at the last 5 years and you saw X is the percentage increase over budget, then just reset your budget for that. I understand that would work.
Okay, so go on, Councillor Shoemaker. I just wanted to hit that point because I thought it was maybe being missed.
No, that's the point I was trying to get to. And I guess my question is, how do we get there? So I know we can't amend your budget by resolution, although I'd like to. So how do we say to you, if you go back and come to us with a $210,000 capital ask for the building and take $210,000 out of your operational request, which will bring your increase down, I think that would be more palatable to me. And I don't know how the rest of the council feels about it, but I certainly would be happier to see it done that way.
Speaking as the chief and not the board, Councillor Shoemaker, I would be fine to do that.
So Councillor Shoemaker, do you have any other matters? We can come back to this procedural issue once we clear the queue here.
Yeah, in terms of your non-service member costs, human resource costs, civilian costs is the word I'm looking for. Do you have civilian positions that fulfill roles that are duplicative of roles that we could fulfill at City Hall, for example, payroll, kind of regular type administrative tasks?
Yes, finance and human resources are both areas that could be examined in terms of having one center do it as opposed to two separate. Yes, that is possible.
And was that examined as part of this budget?
No, that's a much larger issue, and I do have a motion for the board that we discussed at the last board meeting, where I want to look at workload, both civilian and uniform, across the organization. And in doing that, we can look for duplicity, we can look for additional need, etc. And so, Councillor, that excellent question, and that was proposed for the following year. But that was not done in terms of proposing a budget issue for this year.
So I thank you. That's an honest answer, and I appreciate it. My suggestion is, or I guess my position, maybe it'll be helpful to frame my position. My position is that if council had before it a 10% increase in its levy, as you've brought to us in your budget, I guarantee you that nobody that's sitting around this table would vote for a 10% increase of our own budget. So I'm eager to know that every avenue for savings has been looked at. And I've just asked questions on two potential areas. where you could bring your, you could possibly bring your percentage down. I think the investigation needs to be done. And I would be more comfortable approving the request for the increase if those were looked at first. So those are two areas where I had questions, Mr. Mayor, and the answer I've got on both of them is that it can be looked at. And so my position is that it ought to be looked at before we approve the budget.
So
Thank you, Councilor Shoemaker. Yeah, Chief, I'll come back to you first, and then I've got a list here of other councilors for questions, but it seems to me that you want to speak to that based on your kind of hand signal there.
yeah, no, and I appreciate that. And just to understand, it would be an external third-party vendor that would come in and do that analysis. But that would take something, of 2 to 3 months at the very minimum, as it's a very large undertaking. It doesn't mean it can't be done, but I just wanted to be clear on, what would be involved to satisfy that issue, Councilor Shoemaker.
So that's on one aspect. You're talking about the consolidation of civilian positions with the cities.
If we were going to do it as I presented at the board, it would be for frontline officers and civilians. And the argument there is, in FTEs, the Sault Ste. Marie Police Service has not had an increase since 2000 in police officers. And we know our city has accumulated a higher degree of risk due to long-term drug addiction, et cetera. And that was the original reason for proposing that to the board.
So just to be clear, my question is on civilian positions, not.
Yeah. I think we're confusing two things here. Just, I think there's one, Chief, you have a broader desire to review the full FTE complement, civilian and uniform, and are approaching the board about looking at that and a way to do that. And I agree with you, that's a substantial undertaking. I think Councilor Shoemaker is kind of narrowing in, focusing on a much more narrow issue, and asking for some consideration of that issue, which I don't really want to get into the details of to a great degree here, because it's smaller groups of people, and I don't think that it would be an advisable thing to discuss to any detail. But I think they're two separate matters that we would have to consider. I'm going to go to Councilor Bruni and then Councilor Vezoal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief Stevenson. I guess one of my questions is regarding your vehicle leases, the increase of 52.5%, which for a total of $377,000. Do you have anything in your procurement policy regarding teaming up with other police services? And as an example, and I'm pretty sure you're familiar with, say, the OPP, they provide vehicles for all the detachments in Ontario. Have you ever tried to work with other police services, municipalities, to see if a cheaper cost in leasing vehicles can occur?
So I appreciate your question, and it's a good question. The way we do leases, as I understand, we do it as a separate police agency to vendors in the area. I'm not sure whether there is a collective out there in terms of buying vehicles. There are none to my knowledge, Councilor Bruni, but I could look into that for you and get back to you.
Okay, thank you. And regarding your legal fees, up 32.8%, $25,000. Have we tried? Is this the cost from a legal firm that their increase has increased that much, or is it the claims, I guess, if you want to call them?
It would be the claims. It wouldn't be the necessity. It wouldn't be the argument that the lawyers we used up their wages by 32%. It'd be simply where we're utilizing them more on human rights issues related to disability, related to long-term sickness, and easing them back into the workplace.
Okay. And my last question is regarding the building upgrades. It would be, I think, prudent that if you your staff would say provide a 5-year project on improvements to your building, what would the cost be? And I'm pretty sure staff would be able to come up with that in a fairly short period of time, in a month or two. But that would be, I think, important for yourself and also for your board members. Thank you.
I'm getting some texts here as we speak, and from my vehicle purchase part of the organization, we are part of a police cooperative of buying, so we get the same costs that all other police agencies would have. But the difficulty with that, Councilor Bruni, is there's just the same vehicles we need are not available, so that causes us to buy one up. But we are part of the police cooperative. And one other issue I wanted to mention on cost savings, when we talk about the human resources material, is that we recently had a third-party company that would mitigate some of the WSIB files that we have, and we got rid of that and saved about 32,000 alone, and had our own HR take over those functions. So we've done a lot through the year to try and mitigate those costs that we just thought, you know, we can do this from within, and maybe the value was or wasn't there, but we certainly have been able to mitigate that issue. So hopefully I've addressed your questions.
Okay, so next we have Councilor Bezoal and then Councilor Dufour.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to clarify to council and to people watching the process. So of Police Services Board, there are 3 of us that sit on the Finance Committee, myself being one. Initially, the budget gets presented and we have questions. And then as in last year and this year, we needed more information and had a second meeting before then bringing it to the board. So that's the process, just so everyone is aware. And from my perspective, I certainly had concerns, you know, group insurance up 30%, training up 26, the vehicle and leases at the 52.5, the photo equipment at 91.2, operations at 14.63, and other capital 48.7. The other capital and the improvements, so there is a regular improvement budget, and I want to say it's $250,000 a year that's allocated to building repairs. And from the repairs that are at that 210, they were both part of health and safety that had to be done, some crumbling pavement and mold that was in the shower area. So it was sort of over and above the usual schedule that mainly it seems deals with HVAC and those sort of issues with an aging building. So I just wanted everyone to be aware of the process. And there certainly has been talk around the Police Services Board about finding efficiencies as well, and figuring out how we can, you know, provide top of the line police services at a reasonable budget for our taxpayers. So I just wanted, from the Police Services Board perspective, just give that outline as to the process of how we bring the budget to you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Bezoal. And I have Councilor Dufour, and then Councilor Christian's got the digital hand up. So Councilor Dufour, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was kind of inspired a bit by some of the chief's conversation there about third-party reviews. And so, Chief, I was wanting to ask you, I know it was just before your time, so you might not be as intimately familiar with it as others, but I believe there was such a third-party review done in 2017 by KPMG that specifically addresses certain aspects of the Sault Ste. Marie Police Service that were recommended to at least be examined for civilianization. And I was just wondering if you could comment a bit on how those 2017 recommendations have kind of informed your budget process over the last couple of years, and if you see some more potential there for things such as what Councillor Shoemaker is suggesting.
Well, one of the issues, maybe not specifically to the KPMG report, but I can tell you in the 3.5 years I've been here, we probably put at least 4 frontline officers that were doing civilian type roles in the organization back onto the front line. The demand in the last 3 years, Councillor Dufour, as you know, and you're very busy in the DSAB, has been, getting those frontline workers. So we methodically went around the organization and we looked at any job that even had sort of a non-frontline police flavor to it, and they were placed back on the road, and we had civilians do that workloads. In some cases, I don't want to get into positions, but in some cases we had 2 or 3 functions that were done by 2 or 3 separate officers given to 1.5 civilians. So we did our best to increase that front line and ensure that anybody with a use of force equipment was deployed there and not in doing corporate type work. As for the KPMG report, we can bring that up and it'll serve as an excellent baseline for an analysis. The difficulty with the 2017 report is that occurred at a very different time. That was pre-COVID. It was honestly before pre-long-term drug addiction and opioid addictions across this city. And this city has changed. I think we all know that. And so I think the timing is very right, both for, as Councillor Shoemaker mentioned, a civilian review, but also a larger workload analysis of the organization.
Councillor Dufour, do you have any follow-up?
I guess just to summarize, it sounds like you would agree that there may be some more potential there, but your position would be that that the fulsome review will be reveal more. Am I reading you correct there, Chief?
Yeah, I mean, I think both, Councillor Dufour. I believe, as Councillor Shoemaker suggested, we could do a one-off on the civilian side, absolutely, and hold off the larger one. Is there efficiencies to be had? I absolutely believe you have to look and see first as the organization changes and the workloads change. So I'm in support of that.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I certainly don't want to get into any specific details with the KPMG report. I would just end by saying that when we first approached the third-party parking enforcement pilot, that the inspiration for that, which since has been very successful and has hopefully taken a function out of the police service to get more frontline officers on the road, that was inspired by that very KPMG report. So hopefully there might be a few more things in there that can help drive some efficiencies for a year when we're seeing a pretty substantial increase. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
I have Councillor Christian, you had your hand up there. It's no longer up. Were you still looking to speak? Okay,
Yep.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I took it down after you acknowledged me. So before I ask my question, Chief, I just want to thank you for your presentation. You and I have been in communication privately, and I want to say this publicly. As a friend of the Venderman family, I really appreciate what you did. Having spoken to Mark, as Ryan's dad, the family's just so appreciative for what it is you did personally and what the service did to support Ryan. It's really a credit to your leadership. So I just wanted to start off with that and recognize that publicly. You're welcome. My question, I'm not sure if you can answer this or perhaps the mayor. Mr. Mayor, were you part of the negotiating committee for the last contract?
I have been, Councillor Christian, since I started on the board in 2015.
Okay. So maybe
that would be 3 contracts.
Okay. So maybe this question is better directed at you. I get, the cost of salaries for emergency services, they're very, very important in the community. There's no doubt about that. It's always a question of affordability. Like, what are some of the challenges we're seeing there? Because these costs are rising and we need these people, but there's no hiding the fact that the costs continue to go up.
Yeah, so that's a fair question. And I certainly have to take a measure of responsibility for this because I've been actively involved in it since 2015. 3 contracts in that period. There was a 2015 to 2017 contract, a 2018, 2019 contract, and we just, as the chief referred to, settled the 20 to 22 contract. So those numbers, the contract from 20 to 22, so that's 21, 22, those numbers are in front of you today, and you can see the significant impact that has on the budget. And I think just police service budget increase this year is almost half of our levy increase this year. So the chief's right to comment that a lot of the police service budget, the operation of the police service budget, is a small part of the budget when you take out the human resource costs. So the chief, as the chief, isn't really left with a whole lot to tinker with there. I mean, you need the cars, you need their proper armor, you need the proper facilities for them to have when they go out. And I want to recognize specifically the importance of their jobs and the difficulty and challenge of them. So like, as I kind of give you my thoughts on the contract and how this works, I don't want anybody to take any of that as an indication that I don't recognize the value and importance of policing and the difficulty and challenge of it. And, just mentioned Ryan and the experience that he had and his family had. And, when one of the officers is injured like that, they're all affected. I think they all feel that, right? So we all have to recognize that their jobs are dangerous. But there are some challenging issues with our contract, and one of them is as the uniformed officer cost drives up, and that gets driven up provincially, right? It's your comparators aren't just what's happening around you. Like police budgets are going up in cities where assessment growth is going up, but when there's significant increase in budgets elsewhere, they might have a significant assessment growth to manage that. But in our contracts, there's actually a nexus. There's a link between what a first-class constable gets paid and what a civilian gets paid. So we have 3 bargaining units at the police service. We have the uniformed officers, which represents some roughly 135 members that are uniformed officers. And then we have our civilian bargaining unit, and then what we call our senior officers bargaining unit. And all of the wages relate to first-class constable. So as that goes up, the remainder of the wages go up. And that drives civilian costs more significantly than you'd see here at the city, right? Because we don't have that nexus at the city. All the contracts are bargained independently. It also has an effect on benefits because there are Me Too clauses where if the uniformed officers get a benefit, the civilians could potentially get that benefit just by virtue of the uniformed officers getting it. And the seniors officers could potentially get that benefit by virtue of the uniformed officers getting it. So there are some structural contractual issues that we haven't been successful in negotiating those things out of the contract. So, while you can say, human resource costs are human resource costs, that's true. I think there's ability contractually to improve our cost structure at City Sault Ste. Marie that we haven't been able to take advantage of. And there's another example would be the retiree costs. And so you see a significant jump in retiree costs right in this budget. And one of the big differences at police services with the uniformed officers that you don't see here at City Hall is our active employees have certain benefits, and then our retirees have a different set of benefits. And it doesn't work that way at police services. When you retire as a uniformed officer, you get the benefits you had as an active officer through your retirement. So they don't have a separate class of retiree benefits. And we've tried to create that. We were unsuccessful at it. So there are structural, contractual things that can be changed that would help our cost structure and potentially lower our costs, but we haven't been successful at changing all of them. We've been successful at changing some of them. And we have negotiated some changes in the collective agreement that have been, probably will be helpful to our cost structure. But there are some really fundamental ones there that will continue to see the costs rise at a significant rate and quicker than we see them rise with the civilian staff here at City Hall. So the chief and the deputy don't really have the bargaining is between the board and the association. It's part of the structure of police services. It's strange to be on a governance board and to have that level of involvement. And I think that's part of the challenge because the governance board changes frequently. I've happened to be there for 7 years and I stayed there for 7 years and I put a lot of time and effort into that, but it changes over. And then you have new people that don't know the contract, negotiating the contract. You don't have a lot of resources available to you to do that. And it's hard to make progress on the contract because you really need to kind of focus on it and continue to try and make progress. So I think part of that structural contractual challenge is there. It's going to stay there, and it's going to continue to drive costs unless we get to a point with the associations where they're willing to make some of those concessions that we need to change the cost structure there. Chief, you can add anything. I mean, I'm happy to give you a chance to comment if you thought I said anything there that you'd like to add to, or.
Well, that's fine, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. Chief, congratulations. Well done job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Council, do you have any other questions for the chief?
I do.
Oh, sorry. You know what, Councillor Hilsinger, I tried to bring you to this screen, but there were hands up, so I couldn't get you to this screen.
Yeah.
But I'm going to move you there now.
Hollingsworth.
I apologize, Councillor Hollingsworth. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Hollingsworth.
It's always a compliment when you say Hilsinger. She's
I
wonderful.
I haven't done that in a very long time.
No, but it is a compliment. Through you, Mayor, to the chief. First of all, I just want to say again, Chief, under all the challenges, I strongly feel that you and your team are doing a very good job. It's always tough to present a budget when we have so many needs. My main question, you mentioned efficiencies, and I know that year after year, you demonstrate that you want to be more efficient, and you have proven over and over again that you are trying to be efficient. I know also that you are constantly working together with your other chiefs throughout the province of Ontario, and also have a good network throughout Canada, and that you have worked in other cities as a chief and so forth. Having said that, can you comment on what maybe 3 potential ideas that other departments in Ontario, other police departments have implemented to help manage their costs that potentially you'd like to see us do? For example, I believe in North Bay, Ontario, there was a mention about trying to incorporate the OPP. Not that I'm suggesting that we replace your whole team with the OPP, but that was an interesting comment from North Bay. Do you have any 3 ideas that you want to explore? You already mentioned one earlier tonight, but is there anything else that you want to explore that we may have forgotten about?
Well, it's interesting. Thank you for your question. The costs of policing, the 3 big ones that I've mentioned to you, are basically your FTE costs, your labor costs, which are 90, and your infrastructure costs, which are your building, your vehicles, your cameras, your tools, your safety equipment. The next thing we look at is deployment. And that necessarily won't save you labor costs in terms of contractual increases. Like the mayor has mentioned, there's been 3 different contracts since 2015. But does it make us more efficient? And one of the things that a number of us have been doing, and specifically my deputy has been looking at calls for service, where the volume for calls for service are, allocating more resources in those areas from both a crime prevention perspective and from an investigative perspective. And so the allocation, the reallocation of the structure of policing doesn't necessarily change the number of FTEs, which drives your costs, but sometimes it gives a better service. In terms of paralleling with other agencies, whether it be the OPP or et cetera, the OPP, where I came from for 32 years, operates under a Section 10 contract under the Act. There's really no hybrid examples of that. You're either OPP or you're a Section 10 municipal contract under the Act. There are situations, though, to your question, where, for example, some smaller services, if they're not big enough to have a full service, say, for example, one service will have a canine, another service will have a true team, and the 2 will, if they're adjacent under the Act, service each other and then reduce those overall costs. The interesting piece with the Sioux is we're really out here on our own with, OPP as a backup, but we also support the backup. We had Anishinaabe. We have wonderful police relations. In my 35 years of policing, I never seen better cooperative relationships in policing ever. Having said that, we all help each other at different times. But when it comes to core policing responsibility, that's mandated by the Act, and you're either an adequate and effective Section 10 municipal police contract or you're not. And then the options go for OPP approach, right, or a municipal approach. So the best answer I can say is we are always continually looking for efficiencies in how we deploy our very expensive frontline resources and how that relates to community effectiveness. But in terms of saying, if we have 200 FTEs in Sault Ste. Marie, it takes Ontario government to reduce the size of that. So you will always have that FTE complement, either when you go up or when you go down in numbers. So I guess in answer to your question, there may not be amazing savings, but we can always look for greater efficiencies in how we utilize our staff.
That's fair. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Is that it, Councillor Hollingsworth?
That's it. Thank you.
No problem. I have Councillor Nero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, Mr. Mayor, I have a question for you. As based on your comments a few minutes ago, as a board member, do you believe that if this would you believe there would be significant changes to be found in this budget if it went back to the board, other than the suggestion that Councillor Shoemaker had on the 210,000 for building upgrades?
Oh, no. So the contracts are the contracts, and their contracts are done through 2022. So you're getting no changes there, right? So those are settled, and those create a cost structure that is in place. It is a significant budget. I don't think, based on a number of the chief's comments and what I've looked at myself, that there's going to be a lot to be found there. I think it's unfortunate that we get hit with this year, this additional cost on the vehicles, right? That's an unfortunate part, but we need the vehicles, and we need to make sure that the officers have what the officers need to do the officers' jobs properly. So your question was, do I think there would be significant monies to be found if we send it back to the board? I think I'd have to answer that question. No, I don't think there would be significant monies to be found. I think it's more of a longer term project to figure out a way to contain policing costs. My concern is that they need to be sustainable so the community can continue to afford them. And if you're growing at a reasonable rate, then the costs are a wash, right? But we haven't, as you can see by another part of our budget, and the information we've got from staff for the last number of years, we don't have that assessment growth. So it continues to put stress on the assessment. But because of upstream investments that haven't been made for years in mental health and addictions, the police have a lot of downstream costs, and we're seeing that. There's lots of downstream pressure on police services. They are the body that gets the phone calls, and they're the body that has to respond to the phone calls. And so because of those significant challenges we have that need some upstream investment, that need some significant investment from our partner levels of government, we've got a lot of downstream pressure on the police services. And where we need to sort out a way on a long-term basis to ensure policing is affordable in our community on a long-term basis, I do acknowledge and recognize it's under a lot of pressure right now. And the chief and I have talked about this a number of times. There's nothing I receive more calls on than policing. I receive a lot of calls on policing. And there's a lot of pressure on the service to respond to those calls. So based on the contractual structure we currently have, the challenges that the service is facing with vehicle costs, and frankly, training is expensive, but we have to do the training, right? These are statute, like these, our officers need proper training to go out and do their jobs. I don't think there would be significant money to be found, but like, any money would probably be helpful. So, I mean, I want council to come to whatever decision it thinks is most appropriate, and I would support whatever decisions made. But we also might have a different opinion on what significant is. But I don't think if you send it back, you should expect that it's going to come back, with a whole bunch of, with a big drop.
Okay.
But I want to manage those expectations because I think it'd be difficult for the chief and the deputy and the board to work through that and make a big difference. But if you want us to take a look at it and try and make a difference, we will try and do that for you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one final question. So the 5.2% increase is from what you explained and the chief explained as contractual agreements with our active staff and retiree benefits and those kinds of things that are under collective agreements. The only thing that we could look at or have the board relook at is the 4.96% increase portion of the budget. Now, when we look at that 4.96%, and maybe a question to the chief, this is not an increase in service, just to maintain the existing service that police services has, correct? I want it to be clear on that.
That's totally correct, sir. And the first bullet point, the board approved advanced hiring. They're being hired at 4th class. And I have to have them 18 months in advance of a retirement to put them back on the road. So I can't go, for example, if all 14 officers left this year, I would be in a very difficult position and you'd have to draw it from overtime. And to be blunt, they're busy enough. They need their days off. They need their mental health time to themselves and their families. So what we did, and the board was very supportive of that, let's be proactive. Let's get them through a police college. And only on those that are signed to say, I'm leaving in November, then we have that body ready to go into the position. That's part of the 4.96. The additional 2 special constables, that was instead of having a uniform officer sitting in the cells watching someone who's at risk of either overdose or death, we can have a special constable come in at half the price to watch that individual. So that's indirectly a savings, but not. And that's just mitigating, obviously, the loss of life while in our custody. The civilian part-time staff complement, again, that's part of the 4.96 in terms of FTEs. Those are part-time SERB operators or radio operators that we have in when we have someone that's off sick or on maternity or paternity leave or any of those regular leaves. We have to offset that with additional part-time staff. So that's not getting more than we ever had, really. At the end of the day, that's just offsetting the needs of the organization as we move forward.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One final question, Chief, on the special constable complement, the 2 part-times, does that actually free up uniformed officers, let's say, to increase patrols?
Absolutely, sir. That's exactly why we did it, because we didn't want to have the expense of having a full frontline officer sitting watching prisoners. In the OPP, we call them matrons and patrons. And here, given the changing landmark of opioid use and the potential for mental health crisis, suicide, etc., we had to have that thing in place. And instead of using a uniform, we use a special constable.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I just want to note that the chief came to the board with the request that he be able to hire new officers in advance of a retirement with the intention of keeping officers on the road. Because if he can't hire an officer to replace an officer until an officer is fully retired, we don't have a replacement officer actually active and on the road for a period of time. There's a lag there because person retires and we have an open spot, then he can go out and recruit, but you hire someone in, you have to get them to the police college, you have to wait for that that process to unfold, to get them through the police college. So with our retirements happening, we would be short on complement because we would be waiting to get people into the system and trained as an officer. So the chief proposed, and I supported it because I thought it was a reasonable thing, that we hire in advance of the retirement to replace the retirement. So when someone retires, we have a officer ready to go so we can keep officers on the road. So, you know, I want to say that to the community that we are doing our best to make sure we have officers available and officers there to respond to the calls. And we're making specific decisions to try and enable that. Chief, I hope you found everything I said to be accurate there, but that's one of the reasons why we were doing that this year.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, that's an interesting point that you just brought up. I mean, that's 5 full-time employees. Is that a change in the way we have been approaching hiring, or like that would have a substantial, I would think, impact on the 4.96? Because
it does.
Yeah, we're having to, you know, we're training while we're still having the existing officer on patrol or on duty.
It does. So it specifically does. So you're getting someone in, you're hiring them, you're paying them, you're putting them through their training, and then the officer they're replacing is still there. So you have an overlap. But that's a cost that the board saw fit to approve because we want to make sure that one, we have officers available, and two, that our complement at the service isn't any more stressed than it already is.
Right.
Because so that is, I guess I was just trying to kind of clarify and point out that in that 4.9 that chief has in front of you this year, it is, that's one of the reasons why it's an increase, right? So that on an ongoing basis, like, will not be it's an increase to Councillor Shoemaker's point, right? It's an increase this year, but it's not necessarily an increase on an ongoing basis. So maybe that's something else we could look at, because when the officer comes off, when the senior officer, I shouldn't say the senior officer, when the officer that's scheduled to retire comes off, like, that person's there to replace him, but we're not then jumping it up again by another officer.
Yeah.
Right.
We never go over our complement.
That's right. That's right. So that's something to Councillor Shoemaker's point, we're building into the levy like an ongoing cost that might be kind of a temporary cost. So maybe to the CAO, maybe we can have some discussion about that and look at how we're budgeting that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that the chief and the CAO and I could have a further discussion about that.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. That's
Chief,
interesting point, because
yeah.
I didn't see that as a repetitive. If that's a training issue or hiring in advance, then you know, those employees fall off after the training's done.
Yeah,
they do.
Yeah.
When when that salary retires, the person we have there moves into that line item.
Yep.
So there might be a different way we can look at dealing with that, which might help, Chief, on the bottom line here.
and they're paid at for Councillor Nero's, they're paid at 4th class rate, right? So they're paid 40% less than a 1st class officer after 5
Right.
years.
Chief, would you know offhand how much of the 4.96 that is, that item?
So if I was to do the math, 5 times 50, it'd be 250,000, I would say. 5 FTEs at 50,000 a year, and I'm including benefits and whatnot in that. But that's only for the time period. That's not a full year, because you're only hired in advance of when the person leaves. So,
okay. Okay. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, do we have any other questions for the chief? Councillor Bruni, you have a follow-up?
Just a comment, Mr. Mayor. In the community engagement survey that was put out by staff, number one concern was the police services. So we're speaking about the police, but we know it's a major issue. And I thank them, because I believe the chief is trying to do his best job possible. So that's the number one issue in the community engagement survey.
Yeah, I hear that loud and clear, Councillor Bruni. Okay, Chief, thanks for your time tonight. I see no further questions. We might have some follow-up conversation here, but we appreciate you making yourself available to us.
thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor-
just a
Councilor Shoemaker, do you have a procedural question?
yeah, just procedurally, how do we, I mean, I know when we pass the budget, this is included as a levy increase. So how do we go about?
We'll deal with it in operating. When we get down to operating on the budget, we'll deal with all of the operating matters. Yeah. What we're going to try and do now is go through each presentation, get the presentation, ask questions of the presenter, and then get to operating and discuss the budget as a whole. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Were you putting your hand up to say something else, Chief?
I was actually should have waved.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chief. Madam Clerk, if we can move on.
Under agenda item 5, Algoma Public Health, Dr. Jennifer Liu, Medical Officer of Health, and Leslie Dunseith, Finance Manager with Algoma Public Health, are on the call.
So I see Dr. Liu, thank you. I have you here, and then we have Leslie Dunseith. Is that, there we go. We have you both. Okay, so we're in your hands. Welcome to council. We appreciate you taking the time to be here tonight with us. And we should also start by recognizing really the challenging work that your agency has undertaken over the last almost 2 years now. And obviously the really substantial challenges you've had over the last 4 to 5 weeks. So we want to recognize your work and your effort and thank you for working hard to try and help us keep our community safe. So we're in your hands. If you have a presentation, we can hear that, and once it's fully done, I'll take questions from council for you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, there is a presentation that was sent, and I'm happy to speak to it. Leslie is here for any additional technical questions related to the budget, and also present with me is Antoinette Tomey, Director of Corporate Services, and Dr. John Tunema, who's our Associate Medical Officer of Health. I'm just wondering if the presentation will be shown by staff. Otherwise, I'm happy to share the screen.
Madison, do you have that presentation?
We understood that Dr. Liu was going to share.
Yep, I'm very happy to do that as well. One moment, I will attempt to share my screen. Are people able to see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, we have you, Dr. Liu.
Wonderful. So thanks again, everyone. At this point in time, there should be shared with you the full 2022 approved budget from Algoma Public Health with the formal report as well as appendices, which you are welcome to look through in detail. This presentation essentially goes through the highlights. So firstly, the funding of local public health units in Ontario is cost shared between the province and Algoma municipalities. The funding formula was recently changed from 75 to 25 to 70-30. However, the province continues to provide mitigation funding to offset this formula change for the time being. Unorganized territories are 100% funded by the province, and there are some programs that are 100% funded by the province as well, such as seniors dental. I will also note that one-time extraordinary costs due to COVID-19 pandemic response and COVID-19 immunization are tracked and submitted for provincial reimbursements. Under the Health Protection and Promotion Act, which is Ontario's public health legislation, the payment on both ends is a must and a may. So obligated municipalities are mandated to pay the expenses incurred by the Board of Health, whereas the provincial minister may make grants. So to get right to the point, the 2022 budget for Algoma Public Health is approved at 19.6 million. There before you is a high-level summary of the 2022 budget, and for comparison, the 2021 forecast. For some context, we also provided the 2019 year as well as 2020, just because the 2019 provides you with a pre-pandemic baseline. Our 2022 budget represents an increase of 2.45% from 2021, or an absolute amount of $470,000. 82% of the increase is due to salary, wages, and benefits, and 18% due to operating costs. This new budget supports 15 new FTE positions that are permanent to sustain the COVID response, as well as restore public health programs to address service backlogs. With regards to the increase to municipal levies, overall, this amounts to a 10% increase for Algoma municipalities, or $380,000. Public health operations in 2021 actually made up about 2.2% of Sault Ste. Marie's total municipal levy. And for 2022, the Sault Ste. Marie portion of the APH municipal levy is $2.95 million. And that's an increase of $268,000 from 2021, where it was $2.68 million. With regards to the per capita rate, you can see that APH's rate has increased in recent years. However, in comparison to other Northern Health units, our per capita rate ranks about the middle. Local public health services in Algoma are projected to cost about 46 cents per person per day, when you account for the fact that the provincial and the municipal taxpayer is the same taxpayer. So 46 cents per person per day, or $13.88 per person per month, which is, I think, still the cost of standard Netflix, or about $166.56 per person per year. And that's based on the 2020 census population. So the approved budget for 2022 is 19.6 mil based on those amounts. I'd also like to provide a bit of background to the 2022 budget. And again, the details are provided in the written report. So in essence, we want to demonstrate the work of public health that has occurred throughout 2021, the impact that this has had on population health and public health service delivery, and the cost, both financial and the human resource toll. So for some of you, this is going to be quite familiar since you are part of the emergency control group at the city. For others, this is what we call the incident management system, or the IMS structure, that when we go into an emergency response mode, this is how we structure our response. At the top is the incident commander, with support from communications, safety officers, and then leads on operations, planning, logistics, and finance. APH's COVID response is not only rested on case and contact management and mass immunization, but also a number of other fronts as well. So certainly, I think most visible and recognizable to members of the public is our work in mass immunization and case contact management. And just as a highlight, this was data that was only collected up to November 16th. Our numbers have certainly skyrocketed since then. But for some perspective, each case requires an average of 9 hours, and each contact requires an average of 3 hours of follow-up respectively. And they come through at all hours. So we have certainly had scheduled shifts for staff and management 7 days a week, and are available on call on a 24/7 basis. In addition to case and contact management work, certainly this year has been the year of mass immunization. Over 189,000 doses of vaccines have been administered to Algoma residents to date. At this point, of the eligible residents who are 5+, about 84% have received 1 dose, and about 79% are fully immunized. And I'm very happy to report that we've been making excellent progress on the immunization of children 5 to 11-year-old. And as of the end of day today, I believe just over 29% of that age group have already received 1 dose of vaccine. And about 75% of total Algoma residents are fully immunized at this point, with over 470 vaccine clinics. So the sheer number of staff and human resources that have been devoted to these 2 endeavors have been extraordinary. But that is not the only thing that comprises our COVID response. We have very strong liaisons with the health sector and with our general workplaces, with weekly to monthly teleconferences, email updates, and a whole team of healthy workplaces professionals who answer over 1,000 email queries, hundreds of calls a month, and have conducted over 570 site inspections. We continue to keep local businesses updated with the changing rules. And of course, our communications team, small and mighty, have provided a lot of information to the general public through our website, about 1 a day average media requests, and at least a couple per week of news releases. We also have teams and direct liaisons assigned to key groups and sectors. Long-term care, every single long-term care home and retirement home knows their aligned public health inspector, knows their aligned public health nurse when they have a question about infection prevention or control or need immunization. First response, again, with our police services here and in the district, first responders, we have liaisons in place, liaisons with every community emergency management coordinator in every municipality. Each of our First Nations are aligned to a liaison as well. And our schools are well supported by a team of public health nurses who provide a lot of guidance on prevention, as well as outbreak management support when that occurs. Recognizing that there's a lot of special populations as well, and that we are a border community, and that there are many things that are beyond the local jurisdiction, we have also established strong relationships with our public health partners at the border and at the airport. And of course, all of this is strongly supported by a backbone of people from clerical and phone lines to inventory management of our vaccines and planning support from all of our foundations and corporate services. So essentially, the work of public health this past year has been an intense response to COVID-19, as well as an attempt to maintain core high-risk public health programs and services. The benefits of that is that as a whole and in comparison to many other regions, not just in the province, but in other jurisdictions as well, serious illness and death has remained limited in Algoma, and community action to keep transmission low combined with strong vaccine coverage has helped to minimize societal disruption. But there are certainly many things that have happened during the pandemic as a result of this primary focus on COVID. So we have seen increases in other vaccine preventable diseases like chickenpox. We've seen increases in sexually transmitted infections like gonorrhea and chlamydia. And we, and certainly everyone here, has seen the increases in opioid-related harms in our communities. And similar to the hospital, we too have considerable backlogs accumulated because of the need to direct resources to the pandemic response. So for example, our wait list is exceptionally long for smoking cessation. A lot of our prenatal supports have been paused or suspended or rolled back. There is a backlog of routine food safety and safe water inspections, as well as childhood school-based infant immunizations. School dental screenings are behind seniors' dental services as well. And I believe there's considerable more that you can read in the written report, or for a brief synopsis, I believe David Helwig's Sioux Today article has also got that list as well. So the cost is not just in dollars, but also in health human resources. Our unionized employees, both ONA and QB, have worked extra hours and call out, overtime and lieu. 2020 saw a 71% increase in hours compared to the pre-pandemic year of 2019. And in 2021, it was a 166% increase. Leadership management, non-union have worked thousands of overtime hours, and there have been a lot of accrued time and paid vacation that has simply not been taken because people, partly due to the immediate needs of the situation and the need for coverage, and partly due to the limitations that we have not been able to take the time off that's necessary. Due to recruitment challenges as of November 4th, there were also 16 FTE that were vacant. And again, even though the province provides reimbursement of one-time extraordinary costs for COVID funding, these are for temporary positions. And as we all know, the recruitment challenges in Northern Ontario at baseline are considerable. And it is very, very challenging to post and fill positions using temporary dollars for temporary positions. So the ongoing workload has certainly depleted human capital and impacted work-life balance and employee health and wellness. So for budget 2022, the salary and wage expenses are projected to increase by 2.27%. This is to account for a 1.5 salary increase for all staff. That's aligned with collectively bargained increases and well in alignment with current rates for the public sector. There's also an assumption that the 16 FTE that are currently vacant will be filled. And then to sustain the COVID response and restore the programs to address the backlog of services, 15 new FTE positions were approved by the APH executive to be included in the 2022 budget, and that was approved by the Board of Health on November 24th. In the budget, for those of you who are looking closely, these new positions are actually reflected as 11.5 FTE because we recognize that not all positions will be filled by January 1st, 2022, and that there will be an element of gapping. And to summarize, we fully recognize that the financing of local public health is both municipal and provincial. And I want to make sure that this council is aware of the advocacy that the Board of Health has made, as many health units have made, in requesting additional increases to base funding from the provincial government. Certainly, local public health has not seen an increase to our base funding for a number of years now, which essentially amounts to a cut. And our hope is that in the upcoming budget year, not only will there be one-time funding for extraordinary COVID response, but more sustainable increases to public health base funding. So that is the presentation I have. I'm very happy to take questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Dr. Liu. I'm going to go straight to questions. I do want to thank you, though, for the extensive nature of it. I read through your materials. They certainly met my expectations as far as what we should receive, you know, in the face of an increase in your budget. And I thought it was very supported and rational. So I want to thank you for that and acknowledge, you know, one of the things I'd said in the previous presentation, I think applies specifically to APH. We need to make upstream investments to ensure that we can do our best to avoid some of the downstream costs and challenges that we're seeing. And I think public health is an important upstream investment. And I think as a community, we should be investing in it. So I want to thank you for the work you're doing. So I have a list going here. I have Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Hollingsworth, Councillor Christian, and Councillor Vezoel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu, I think you touched upon it in one of your answers, but I'm just seeking a bit more clarity, or in one of your one of the comments you made while you were presenting. Just seeking a bit more clarity on slide 2, so the first slide with content on it after the introductory slide. You talk about some programs are, or no, you say that the province is reimbursing one-time extraordinary costs due to COVID-19. And then I think it's on slide 4, you have a note that part of the 15 new full-time equivalents is to sustain the COVID response. So I guess it seems to be contradictory. So I'm looking for some clarity on that.
Sure. So essentially the province has committed to reimburse extraordinary COVID-19 costs over and above what a health unit would, for example, normally incur with their communicable disease team, contact tracing, you know, measles cases, tuberculosis, et cetera. So any kind of funding that can be designated for the COVID response certainly can be charged and reimbursed through this funding stream. The challenge is, though, that we cannot really hire a lot of new people, particularly in the north, with temporary dollars, because these are temporary positions. No public health nurse or public health inspector is likely going to leave a permanent position and come and do that work. So a lot of what has happened is redeployment throughout our agency, obviously to the detriment of a lot of other core public health services. So the 15 new FTE positions, they will be a combination of people, doing regular routine core public health work, as well as in roles and positions that would continue to support the COVID-19 response. The sheer amount of reportable diseases that we have, not just COVID, but as I mentioned, STIs and other diseases, any person who has that infectious disease training would be able to support both COVID and core public health.
So I guess I understand the need to hire people on a full-time basis in order to be able to attract them. But are we adding something into our budget that, we could get money from the province for, essentially? Are we adding something to the city's bottom line that the province is going to be paying for?
So at this point, there's a great deal of uncertainty as to what the province will pay for. It is already a bit of uncertainty when we do not have the cash up front, that the province essentially says, spend it, track it, and we will reimburse you. Thus far, what we have submitted has been reimbursed. But again, that guarantee in funding is not there. And that makes it tremendously difficult for a very small workforce to be able to maintain both the new work of the COVID response, as well as the core public health services that are upstream and vital for this community. I would say that we have certainly in the past maximized all dollars from the province that are 100% funded, because any dollars that we don't use from the cost shared stream do get returned to the province. I'm happy to have Leslie add in any further details on that front.
I think you covered it, Dr. Liu.
Okay.
Councilor Shoemaker, are you satisfied with the answer?
Yeah, well, I think it answers that question. I have a number of other ones. But I appreciate the response. I guess I would encourage, obviously, if you're seeking provincial dollars, to continue to maximize those ones to the greatest degree possible. It sounds like if that is done, it may result in a budgetary surplus if these positions are built into your budget and you maximize provincial dollars, which can only benefit the organization. But okay, thanks for that. So on slide 15, you set out that there is an 18th month backlog in school dental screening. And then I think there's also noted there's a backlog in seniors dental screening as well. And you're asking for some positions here to cover off those backlogs. So does the backlog remain, or are those checkups gone? Do you start from scratch because you've missed those checkups, or do you actually have to have someone go and do the checkups that were never done?
Yeah, so it depends on what has been done in the interim for vaccines, dental screenings. They may have sought care through another means or another channel. Certainly childhood vaccines, if they've managed to get it through pediatrician, family doctor, that's great. If not, needs to get done, or it doesn't get done. And when it doesn't get done, again, like we see the breakthroughs in chickenpox, for example, in the community.
And is it the same thing for seniors dental screening?
It would be very similar, yes. That is essentially a stream where seniors are able to receive funded services. So unless they are able to access those services or funding through a different mechanism, we would assume that they still need those services.
Okay. Now, it does note, I think it's on slide 2 of your report, that seniors dental specifically is 100% provincially covered. So a similar question to what I was asking about with the ongoing COVID positions. Are any of the positions that you propose adding in those 15 positions that the province should be fully funding or will be fully funding?
So with regards to seniors dental, so that backlog is partly due to the fact that early on in the pandemic, there were a lot of services that were simply paused, shut down, deemed as non-essential. And, you know, the staff who are providing the services at the time, we redeployed them. So once we're able to resume those services, we continue to deal with the backlog. So that is the backlog piece and how that arose for seniors dental. And yes, that program has been funded by the province completely. And in fact, I believe recently, I'm not sure if it is reflected in our final and approved financial statements as yet, but there has been conversation amongst public health units where additional funding to seniors dental program was recognized. And there were additional dollars this year at the end of the year that were approved from the province to be able to fund that program.
So does that change the 15 FTEs required to 14, or it's not part of that number?
No.
Okay. Thank you. That clarifies it. So, and then there's I understand there's requested services, and there, you mentioned there was a good list on Sue today. There was your presentation set it out clearly, although a bit less succinctly. And so I'm wondering, the increases here are for backlogs and public health measures, but then, as I understand, there are either transfers out of responsibilities or elimination of responsibilities from Algoma Public Health's envelope of services that they're providing altogether. So I guess I'm looking for some clarity. Are those services that Algoma Public Health is either transferring out or no longer going to provide not public health services versus the ones that you're increasing, or are they just, I guess I'm looking for an explanation. I don't know what the explanation would be.
Sure. So for example, earlier this year in the spring, we transferred the mental health and addiction services to Canadian Mental Health. Those services are not considered core public health services. They're funded through a different funding stream and completely separate from the public health budget. Those are not cost shared by municipalities. Those services were strictly mental health and addiction services, and those were transferred over to another community agency. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's not the one I'm specifically thinking of, but I guess there is some underlying anchoring determination that the 15 positions you need here are core public health services versus other ones that I guess better fit within different funding envelopes.
Correct. So this is strictly the public health envelope, and these are strictly public health positions.
Yeah. Okay. Well, those are my questions, but I think the mayor touched on it, and I wanted to just say that, you know, I don't pretend to speak for all of council, but I know that from my own perspective, the work that you guys have done in the pandemic is extremely helpful, has been very clear. It has been, I think, it has led to people's lives being saved because the communication that is put out is has let people know exactly what they need to do to follow public health guidelines, and it's appreciated, at least by me, and I think it's appreciated by all the community.
Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Hollingsworth, you're next on my list.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Liu and to your team, I echo everyone's comments. You're still working under the gun, and I know that you're going to still be pulled here and pulled there. So thank you for what you're doing for the community, and not just for Sault Ste. Marie, but for Algoma as well. Just a few questions. Thank you for clarifying the one-time COVID costs. I was going to dive into that, but you answered that really well, so I won't dive into it now. Can you just comment on people that do use your services? Some of the services you do charge a small fee. For example, you may need to go in and ask for your vaccine records, I believe, or some other examples. Out of curiosity, when you prepared your budget, did you look at these services that do have a cost, and have you increased those costs out of curiosity? And could you give us maybe 2 examples or 3 examples where someone may come in to your office and have to pay from their own pocket?
Thank you for those questions. I'll give some top of mind examples, and then I'll see if Leslie has any specific ones to add. Certainly, I think we've seen a decrease overall in terms of recoveries and fees due to the widespread disruption. One thing that we did see an increase in was land control fees. So our public health inspectors do that work of land control, and then that's very common in the north. So that has been a bit of an uptick. And then in terms of other fees, they really are quite nominal. Because again, we are a public agency and we don't want cost to be a barrier. So things like records, typically people are able to access these on their own through online means, but where their preference is to use us. So we do charge a nominal fee. Accessing records is one of them, a COVID vaccine receipt, another example. I'll see if Leslie has any other insights or examples that I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, no, Dr. Liu, thanks. Land control fees is definitely the biggest one. The other one that comes to the top of my head, still nominal, but just some minor pill sales fees. But again, a lot of those programs have seen dramatic decreases in the collection of those revenues, just because our normal public health programs are not seeing the activity they normally would. So any change projected onto those recoveries would not have a dramatic impact on the budget by any means.
Okay, thank you. In those programs, even like, for instance, like permit for septic tanks and so forth, I know it's hard to say this, but when we hopefully get back into the normal, maybe in 6 months or to a year, do you think that some of these fees will be increasing? And the reason I ask that is that I know that our community or our residents are tight on their budgets. So just wondering if you're going to see some type of increasing just to try to gain some more revenue back, or will it still be nominal, or have you had that discussion yet by reviewing all your service fees?
For sure. I would say that for land control specifically, that is something that is reviewed at the board level with representation from municipalities across Algoma. And that's certainly taken into consideration, again, that we don't want to restrict or have barriers to access due to cost. We certainly have an interest in exploring other revenues, be they provincial dollars, federal dollars, or other sources of revenue as an agency. Recognizing that we do have assets such as our building, which at this point in time is not a money pit, and it is certainly available as a potential community resource. So again, able to explore additional options for revenue generation, but certainly potential for more stable times.
Okay, good. Thank you. Just 2 other questions. I agree. Unfortunately, there has been a number of valuable programs, as you alluded to, that have been put on hold, as you talked about with Councillor Shoemaker, that hopefully will be up and running very soon. A number of programs you offer, as you said, prenatal, smoking cessation, diabetes, and so forth, are so valuable for our healthy community. just to educate myself and the community, does the province actually state what programs we are obligated to offer? Or are the programs that we offer based on our own community needs in Sault Ste. Marie and Algoma?
That's a great question. So it's a combination of both. In Ontario, the Health Protection and Promotion Act has a number of regulations and then standards and protocols associated with it. And so the Ontario Public Health Standards do describe a suite of mandatory programs and services that every health unit must provide. So safe water inspections, food safety, the communicable diseases, there's a whole list of them that we must provide follow-up to. And then there are the May dues. So every community is different in terms of the health of its population. And so, you know, when it comes to things like health promotion, we do try and focus on the most burdensome health issues that are facing a community and focus resources in that way. So, you know, for Northern Ontario communities, we have certainly a large burden of opioid-related harms. We also have a huge burden of smoking-related harms and have had that for quite some time. So those would be the priorities that we would gear our health promotion efforts towards. Again, the profile of every community is different.
Okay, and that's good to hear because every community is quite unique. One last question. Now that some of these programs have been put on hold, is this an opportunity for you to review the programs that we're not obligated to offer that may not be as popular or well received? Is there an opportunity for you, your team, to review programs that may never want to be brought back, that to relaunch because the demands are different, people may not need them as much, society has changed? And if so, is there a cost savings there if you don't bring all the programs back that we're not obligated to offer?
Absolutely. So I think that review certainly, you know, with our continuity of operations planning has already been underway constantly to say, you know, what are the lowest risk and least impactful programs at this time that can be paused and staff redeployed. And, you know, typically they are redeployed to the more higher priority programs, be they harm reduction or COVID response. Will that result in cost savings? At this point, given the size of the backlog and the amount of work at hand, probably the redeployment will go to the next most urgent needs, and it won't actually result in the cost savings. I think that is the tragic reality of a lot of public sector organizations. But certainly, you know, we continue to look at the world that was and to, you know, review our programs in a way that makes sure they fit the world that has become.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. So never easy when the community keeps on changing and you're trying to, I use in quotations, a temperature check to knowing what our community and what Algoma requires. And to be able to foresight it in a year or 2 years, it takes time to get a program up and running and for it to be well received. So not easy, but with your help, we are going to continue to have a healthy community. So thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. So Council, before I move on here, I've got quite a bit of a list. I just want to point out to Council, we've been at this now for an hour and 40 minutes, and we aren't through our second presentation yet. So I'm just going to ask you to be mindful of the time that you're taking with the questions, because we need to kind of get through this so we can get to our deliberations. Councillors, I have Councillor Christian, Councillor Lisa Vezo-Allen, and Councillor Gardy on this same matter. Councillor Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Liu, just quickly, thank you to Algoma Public Health and the work that you're doing. These are unprecedented times. So I speak personally, appreciate everything that you're doing. Regarding, in your presentation, you mentioned provincial mitigation funding to offset the cost sharing change that took place. It was 75-25 and now it's 70-30. Are we receiving from the province the dollar for dollar difference that funding formula change created?
I think I can answer this question, but what I will actually do is let Leslie answer the question because I think she will do it in a more precise and accurate way.
Thank you.
So I can confirm just from review of previous year's levies that in 2020, it was in fact reimbursed to the municipalities. And going forward in 2021, it is entwined, I guess I want to say, with our mitigation funding from the province, as well as reimbursement of the COVID expenses. So 2021, not quite finished yet. I can't give you a confirmed answer for that question, but 2020, it was in fact reimbursed.
So just to be clear, the mitigation funding is designed to help, is it designed to help municipalities transition to the new funding cost share? Is that the purpose of it? And if so, has the province indicated when they would cut that funding off? Because I would assume that that would have a levy impact on us.
I would say that at this time, there is indication from the province that the mitigation funding will continue next year for 2022. And beyond that, we do not have any indication.
Okay, thank you. In your presentation, you talk about the 15 new FTE positions to help address service backlogs. Just to be clear, that's on top of the 16 positions that are currently vacant that you're going to try to fill. Is that correct?
That's correct. And to clarify, so the 16 vacancies at this point in time, and most of our vacancies, they are temporary positions. So it's reasonably easy to, fill a temporary immunizer, but very challenging to fill a temporary health inspector, temporary manager, and
Sure.
so.
Thank you. One final question. On slide 6 of 19, you talk about per capita rates. And I just want to understand what the $40.23 represents. And if you've explained it, I apologize. Can you explain what that is?
Absolutely. So that is the rate that is used to calculate based on each municipality's population,
Right.
The amount of the levy.
The amount of, okay. The amount of the levy per person. Is that what you're suggesting? That the levy increase or the levy is $40.23 per person?
Correct.
Okay. And the $166 per person is the overall cost of operating Algoma Public Health?
Sure. So that bottom bullet is a kind of thought exercise. So it's a little bit separate from what's in the table. What's in the table is what we use to calculate the levy for each municipality based on your population.
Right.
But if you think about the fact that APH's municipal and provincial funding come from the same taxpayer.
Right.
If you just kind of take our overall budget and say, well, how much does that cost per person in Algoma? That's what it amounts to.
Okay, that makes good sense. And I just want to end by thanking you for your comments, or at least appreciate the comments you made at the end of your presentation regarding provincial funding. And I appeal to our higher levels of government to consider your comments in that, funding overall hasn't increased all that much, save and except, the things that you're dealing with COVID, but the core funding hasn't changed recently. These challenges continue and we need all the support we can get. So thank you very much. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Christian. Councillor Bezo-Allen.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to either Dr. Liu or to, I don't see her now. She's off. Yeah, Leslie, there you are. Thank you very much for your 54-page budget overview. It was wonderful. As someone who works in the sector and writes grants and does reports, everything was there. Really appreciate the work and the thoughtfulness that went into that. Makes us very confident when we're reviewing budgets, when someone comes with something such thorough, especially doing year-to-date comparables, that really helps us in understanding your scope of work and the impacts. So I just want to highlight on page 11 of 54, you do have a great table so that we are understanding the staffing. I know a lot of my colleagues are asking about that. So really, if you take a look, 2022, you've got 30 contract temp, and you're going up to 133 permanent, which the year prior you were 123. So of your full time, our increase is 10 in reality. And if you can actually locate those people to hire, that's going to be even better, I'm assuming. So I just wanted to point that table out to my colleagues. The other thing I wanted to bring up and ask a question, and this just happened a few days ago. So through Infant and Child Services, are you going to be seeing a change now with your staffing complement and our services, especially for the Ready to School program? I know you service children, you know, going into kindergarten to grade 1, and then they head over to Thrive. With the new announcement of the Independent Intake Organization and the Entry to School program that the province announced on December 3rd. So potentially for 2022, are you going to be seeing some staffing and programming changes through your infant and child development program for kiddos that are on the autism spectrum?
Sure. So a couple of points in response to that. I would say that that program is one of those, as Councillor Shoemaker mentioned, non-public health programs. They fall under Ministry of Children Community Services. So they actually are different from this budget, funded through a separate stream from this budget. And there will certainly be changes reflecting provincial programming as well as local changes for that program.
Okay, are you going to see it trickle down, possibly in a negative effect, with maybe some staff that you could then take from that program and then have potentially some permanent hires into, you know, our regular APH programming?
So again, the two programs are funded by separate envelopes.
Yep.
So, you know, whatever we have on the public health side as needs have to be kept separate, tracked separately, funded separately from what we have in the infant child side.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, and really appreciate the report and all the work and your time here this evening and everything that you've done to get us through COVID. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Bezo-Allen. So we have Councillor Gardy next.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Dr. Liu, for the presentation and the thorough package. I admire your work and that of APH, but I don't envy the position you and your organization are in, or have been over the course of the last couple of years. Dr. Liu's here asking for the increase that she is because her organization needs the money, because they've been woefully underfunded by the province for a number of years, because we're in the midst of a pandemic and an epidemic here in Sault Ste. Marie, one being COVID, of course, and the other being that of the opioid crisis. It's my opinion that the government hasn't been as responsive or as responsible in both of those files as they should have been. And if we want to keep our community as safe as it needs to be, especially in light of the surge as of late, I'm supportive of Dr. Liu's ask, and I am very supportive of the hard work of that organization and all of those publicly funded organizations around the province that are dealing with COVID-19 and helping us through this. Thanks, Dr. Liu.
Thank you, Councillor Gardy. So I have Councillor Dufour as last on my list here.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Liu, for the presentation. My question is just around the increase in the 15 FTEs. Obviously, we don't know exactly at what point in time we'll be moving into the endemic phase of the COVID crisis, but can you speak a little bit to what the plan will be for those, the relationship between the 15 FTEs and the COVID response as we do move into the endemic phase?
Absolutely. So again, the 15 FTE are certainly not pure COVID FTE. They are meant to bolster and strengthen the core positions and roles of a public health agency. So, where we have responsibilities broadly in communicable disease and broadly in emergency management, these positions would be able to support the demands of the moment, whether the current crisis is opioids or COVID or climate change, or any, in next public health crisis. Our workforce is meant to be, generalists, adaptable, and essentially able to kind of pivot to serve the needs of the moment. The 15 include both staff and management who should be able to resource those things.
Thanks. So with that indeterminate period of time when we are in the endemic phase, at that point, will there be a decrease in the temps? I see, as Councillor Vezo-Allen pointed out, you have 30. Will some of those people be migrating to full-time and then a corresponding decrease be realized at all?
Sure. So absolutely, within the terms of our collective bargaining unit, people who are already within the unit on a temporary basis do accumulate seniority, and as full-time permanent positions arise, they do have priority to bid into those positions. And so we do expect to see those shuffles happening. And then in terms of the temporary positions, we actually have a lot of people who are part-time providing us support, but part-time working for other agencies. We have retirees who have come out of retirement just to help out the cause. So I think our temporary pool is made up of quite a diverse number of different types of folks. And then with regards to, the new permanent positions that are non-union or management, our hope is that these are really great, well-paying professional positions for essentially people largely in Sault Ste. Marie, as well as district offices, and also represent growth positions for people within our agency.
Thanks. And just as a final question, Dr. Liu, when hopefully we soon do reach the endemic phase of the pandemic, can you speak a little more about what the increase in these 15 FTEs might mean for the lived experience on the ground of the opioid crisis in Sault Ste. Marie? How will some of these positions be able to further a more effective response?
Absolutely. So I would say at this time, one of the teams that we have tried exceptionally hard to maintain intact has been the team that responds to the opioid-related harms in the community. And certainly the addition of people will benefit the opioid response in two ways. One is, to prevent the core team from being redeployed from that work, and also provide additional supports to meet the needs of that program.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Liu. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Thank you, Dr. Liu. So I think that's the extent of the questions, Dr. Liu. We aren't dealing with your budget right now. We'll deal with it if there's any other further conversation about it or discussion or action on it. And when we deal with our budgets in committee of the whole, just the same way we deal with police or the DSAP. But we appreciate your time and you are answering all of our questions. And I'll just to sum up with a thank you again, and not just to you, but to all of the good people that work at Algoma Public Health for the significant work they're doing to address very substantial issues in our community, and not just COVID. I don't want to lose sight of the opioid epidemic and really the need we have for public health to be part of finding solutions for that. It's critical that your budget is funded so that we can do that and make some progress. So thank you for your time today to both of you. Leslie, thank you for your time too. Madam Clerk, if we can move on to the DSAB presentation. I think we have Mr. Nadeau with us.
That's correct. The Sault Ste. Marie District Social Services Administration Board, and Mike Nadeau, the Chief Executive Officer, is on the call.
Mr. Nadeau, thank you for your attendance. I see your presentation is already up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm very happy to be here tonight to provide a high-level overview of the budget that the board passed a month ago. So I'm not sure if I can share the screen, Madison or Rachel, or not, but if you can go
We've
to
already got
next
the presentation up.
Okay, beautiful. Next screen, please. I wanted to start with just a 5-year overview of the DSAP budget. So from 2017, we're at 1.39%. all the way to the last year, we're at a 1.6. So our 5-year average of the DSAP has been a 1.34% increase. Unfortunately, this year we are not in a position to be able to provide that to our municipal levy partners. And I'm going to get into some of the reasons for that very soon. Next slide, please. So when we rolled over our services from 2021 to 2022 without making any significant service reductions, we were presented with an 8.19% global net municipal levy increase year over year. A large percentage of that, 3.81%, was regarding our social service delivery, Ontario Works, housing, and early years. A large percentage of that resulted in EMS. In 2021, we had to add another 24/7 EMS truck to the road. We had a consultant do an organizational review and a projection in 2018, and that service enhancement was projected to be made at the 2021 budget year. When we looked at our call volumes at the beginning of 2021, they were only up around 1.3%. So we recommended to the board that that decision be delayed until 2022. However, our paramedic services increased, our call volume increased an unprecedented call for service demand. In 2020, sorry, we were averaging around 15,300 calls for service. We are projecting that by the end of 2021, that will exceed 17,000 calls for service. So it's an increase of over 10% year over year, which has been unprecedented for our service. Next slide, please. We went to the board with a global 8.19% in October, and we advised them that we had some recommendations on how to decrease our calls for our levy impact. One of the significant drivers on our social services side, Ontario Works, Housing Services, and early years, in 2019, 2020, the board began to make some strategic investments, and we began to look at entering into the full market tenancy apartments across the community. And we've purchased approximately 140 different units that are full market rents. And the strategy behind that was, if we purchased full market rents and generated some type of operating surplus, that surplus could be then applied to reducing the levy. In 2022, all of our revenue will be online over the investments that the board has made strategically over the last year and a half. And it's resulted in just over $300,000 decrease in our Sault Ste. Marie Housing Corporation operating budget, which is unprecedented as well. So the levy impact would have been much, much worse had the board not begun to make that strategic shift in 2019, 2020. So as a result of the reduction in services that we recommended to the board, our social services impact is 0.13. Our land ambulance is an 18.12% decrease or increase in services. And then we also had a revenue decrease of $125,000. Interest rates are, as everyone who follows the market, are not what they were before the pandemic. And as a result, some of our strategic investments and our reserve capital funds that we have at the DSEP are just not generating the interest return, the rate of return that they once did. And we use that interest rate, we've historically used that interest rate return to offset our levy increase. So as a result of the recommendations that the board that we made to the board and they accepted, we are presenting a 3.11% budget increase to the board. Some of the reductions in services that represented from the 8.19 down to 3.13. Ontario Works, we are transitioning out of being an employment-based service provider into a life stabilization service provider, and that transition is supposed to be complete by 2023, 2024, as per the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Ministry of Community and Social Services. As a result, we felt comfortable recommending that the board decreased its employment-related budget by $250,000 as we start to wind that division down. We also recommended to the board that we eliminate our investing in change fund, which is a $304,000 budget item. However, that budget item that we've taken out of 2022, we recommended to the board it could be removed because we are in an emergency response mode versus a strategic response mode. However, that investment and change fund was responsible for the establishment of Harvest Algoma. It was also responsible for the establishment of our low-income home ownership program. And if the board had not invested in Harvest Algoma, for example, 2019, our ability to weather the pandemic would have severely negatively impacted. So although we can recommend that that fund be removed from budget this year, we do see the value in driving innovation across the social services sector year over year. We also reduced our early years budget by $108,000. There's a cost share agreement with the province of Ontario that's been deferred throughout the pandemic. And so we held the line on our 2022 budget as to where we were in our 2021 line. We're optimistic that that could be a permanent reprieve. However, AMO and NASDA and other groups have been lobbying the government hard to make sure that that cost sharing arrangement is no longer there. But at this time, it's still on the books for a 2023 return, but we could eliminate it for this year. The other thing that we did throughout our EMS budget to reduce the levy impact, we had a ambulance that we had to, because we did add to another truck to the service. We also had to increase our capital acquisition. So we had added a new ambulance to the fleet. That is a cost of approximately $250,000. Rather than put that into levy, we recommended to the board that we use capital reserves to pay for that, as it was a one-time cost and not a core operational cost, which the board accepted. The additional cost reduction in EMS is regarding an EMS base. We have been missing some of our response times throughout the central to downtown west area of the community, and we had planned on putting a new base online in 2022. However, just with the delays because of COVID and some of the construction materials, et cetera, we don't think that we're going to realistically get that base online until the end of 2022. So we took the rent and the mortgage payments out of budget completely and stated that we could cover that through operating for 2022. However, they will be making their way back in for the 2023 budget cycle. Next slide, please. One important thing to note to council and to the community: had we not had the significant surge in EMS call volumes in 2021, we would have presented the board with a 0.32% budget increase, a levy increase. So the most significant portion of the 3.11 is in relation to EMS, and it is a service that is received and provided to the whole of the community. It needed to be added into budget mid-year, but it is being felt through the 2022 budget year. Of other significant, just on the mitigation factors, 22% of our EMS calls in 2021 resulted in a non-patient transfer, meaning 22% of the 17,000 calls that we went to, we responded lights and sirens, and when we got to the patient refused transport for one reason or another. A significant percentage of those non-patient transfers we're finding are in the elderly and the mental health and addictions lens. And we're very pleased to advise that the province of Ontario has provided the DSAB, after many, many years of lobbying, with a community paramedic service that will allow us to hire an additional 7 FTEs into complement at 100% municipal or provincial levy. We anticipate being able to strategically deploy some community paramedics where they can check on seniors, they can check on some people with known drug use, and do some preemptive intervention prior to an emergency response being called. And we're hoping that we can start to bend the curve over the 2022 service, 2023 service years. So our budget was essentially zero. However, the addition to ambulance was a significant cost driver, and that's the reason for the increase that we're highlighting to the community tonight. I believe that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Mike. I think your agency, another agency that really bears the brunt of it in downstream costs when we don't make proper upstream investments. And we should just recognize really the significant work that's been happening recently to assist and help with the homelessness challenges we're having in the community. And I know your team right across the DSAP has been really working very hard to do their best to help people who need care. So thank you for that. So we've got questions for Mr. Nadeau. I think, if 5 of you at the very least should be very familiar with this budget because you sit on the DSAP. Thank all of you for your really good work there this year and appreciate the effort you're making. Councillor Hollingsworth, you had your hand up, so I'll start with you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Nadeau. I honestly don't think you and your team give yourself enough credit for all the programs you manage throughout our community. So, but I just want to ask you a quick question. Shelters are always a popular question. Can you give us an update? Where are the shelters put in your budget? Is that under Ontario Works? And can you comment on how many shelters, again, we have in our community?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth. So currently we have 2 permanent shelters, Pauline's Place and St. Vincent's de Paul. We are transitioning the men's shelter from the Vincent Place over to being operated by CMHA. We believe that that's a better model, as the CMHA has the profession and the staff and just the wraparound services that they can offer people. We're also trying to increase, as I presented last week to council as an interim strategy. We're trying to get the Verde Hall up and running, which will provide another 28 beds to the community during this unprecedented time of need. Our shelter budget is provided through our housing division. That's where that stems from. And in 2019, we started making some additional investments as we saw that line was weak and that service was weak. So we've increased it by approximately $600,000 into the salary line directly to try to strengthen our shelter system for the community.
Okay, good. Thank you. And I'm glad to hear about the community paramedics. The pilot has been taking place in Southern Ontario for the last almost close to 2 years. And I know you and I have had side conversations about having that in our own community, which is going to be a huge help when it comes to our healthcare services, almost in conjunction to what Dr. Liu was suggesting in Goma Public Health. So I just want to comment on, I'm looking forward to seeing that program up and running, and not just for seniors, but for all sorts of different groups in our community in Goma. So thank you.
Yeah, the community paramedicine, we've been chasing that ball since 2016 when I became the CEO of the DSAB, and I know the chief was after that service for many, many years. We're ecstatic that the province is making the investment that they are into our local DSAB. Again, 7 full-time equivalents with all the capital that's an office space that's going to require. It's a significant investment, and we do believe that it will allow our seniors to age at home and take some of the pressure off our emergency service response in the meantime.
Okay, good. And Phenom Board, as you know, has been really lobbying for that as well. And the only piece I do caution, which is important, is when we offload, or this is a little different, but when we offload to our Sioux Area Hospital, when patients are brought to our Sioux Area Hospital, to work closely with that team to make sure that the offloading is done properly. But again, thank you to you and your team.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Do I have any other councillors that have questions for Mr. Nadeau? Mr. Nadeau, thank you. We will be, the budget that you put in front of us today, if there are any further discussions on it, will happen when we're in our committee of the whole and discussing kind of the budget at large. So thank you for your time today. We appreciate it.
Miigwech, thank you very much.
So, Madam Clerk, we can move on. I think we have our city staff budgets now that they're going to go through.
Yeah, I just have a motion to move into committee of the whole first.
Yeah, go ahead.
A motion by Councillor Shoemaker and Christian. The City Council now proceed into the committee of the whole to consider the following matter referred to it for consideration: 2022 budget deliberations.
All in favor? Carried.
And under agenda item moved up to 7.1 is a slide presentation that the CAO has that appeared on the addendum to the agenda.
Okay, great, Mr. CEO.
Just very quickly, Council, it's just one slide. Madison, if you can move to it. Just from a high level perspective, so that Council's aware of our recommendations and how that would shape the budget. As I mentioned in my report with the preliminary budget, the COVID-19 budget impact of $944,700. We recommend that that be allocated to be utilize the tax stabilization reserve for the upcoming year's budget. As Council is aware as well, we are going to receive increased OSIF funding of $2 million. That is funding that needs to be applied to linear infrastructure in the community. And as Council well knows, this is an area where we are always challenged to try and keep up with our needs in renewing infrastructure. We recommend that that just be referred to staff to address that infrastructure backlog. We will return in January with our recommended projects for you. And in addition, the most recent funding announcement, it's NORDS funding from the province, which will be for $400,000 for next year. This funding has a number of criteria, but the province has emphasized that it expects it to address core infrastructure as a primary reason. So for that reason, we suggest to you or recommend to you that staff refer to staff to address core infrastructure, and we return again in January 2022 with recommended projects for you. So that would see 2.4 million address two areas that we are always requiring as much funding as we can get. You will then utilize the pool of 2.8 million gas tax funding for your deliberations when you're looking at funding potential additional capital funding. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, so Council, before we move on, so we're in committee of the whole, so our procedures relaxed here. I do want to deal with these issues and see if we could nail them down and get them out of the way. I think there's a consensus. We all want to use the tax stabilization fund to decrease the COVID hit on the levy so that we don't build the COVID expense into our levy. So if I can get agreement that we're going to apply $944,700 from the tax stabilization fund to the budget this year, that will bring us down from the 1.9 area to the 1.1 area. So can I just see a show of hands of who's in agreement with that? Okay, so we're going to move forward, and that's going to be something that we apply and do. Second thing is we have this $2 million in OSIF funding. And we've all, I think, throughout certainly the term in this year, have talked about wanting to put more to roads. And my strong feeling is we should send this money to engineering to prepare a plan for our linear infrastructure, which isn't just roads, it's bridges also, but they would look at the priorities that they have based on what needs to get done. They would bring that back to us, and we would approve that or not, or make some changes to the plans as they develop them. But it seems to me that there's a consensus on council that we want to invest money into our roads. And if that's the case, it also seems to me that we should add this $2 million to that budget and ask Don Elliott to do some work on it and return it to us so we could have a look at it. Is there general support for that position? And that would include the 400,000 for core infrastructure. We don't quite have the details of what that's going to look like, but we would, like they would take that and apply it to core infrastructure. So that seems obviously to have the broad support of council. We're going to leave the 2.8 million on the gas tax. We'll leave that when we get down to talking about our capital budget. But we're in a fortuitous position that thanks to the federal government's top up of our gas tax, we have $2.8 million for one-time spending. So there are a number of projects that we can undertake in our capital list that that we have funds for that will not hit the levy. So if we do something like the splash pad and we use this capital to do the splash pad, and I'm just using that as an example, that does not hit the levy. So we will have that discussion. I'll leave that point for our discussion on capital. But I think, Mr. CEO, we do have a strong consensus that the OSIF money and the core infrastructure funds total of 2.4 will be referred back to staff for a report to us on how to apply that to our infrastructure. Staff is aware we want to do as much as we can to improve our roads, and we will apply 944.7 from tax stabilization to the levy to bring the levy increase down to 1.11. So with those things determined, I think we can move into the remainder of our budget. What we're going to do is we're going to get presentations, and after the presentation, I will take questions for the presenter. And then when we get through it all, we'll do our capital budget, and then we'll do our operating budget. Any questions, council? Seeing none, Mr. CEO, do you have anything else to add before we move on?
No.
Okay. So our first presentation from staff.
The first presentation is corporate services. And I believe the CAO will lead out.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, I'll start this off and then refer to the individual area heads for this. Corporate services, in this case, once we get to the financial summary slide, it includes the CAO's office and the mayor's office, just for reference. This slide, as you're well familiar with, shows what is generally being done in the areas of clerks, finance, human resources, and information technology. Next slide, please. So the operating budget summary, there are some wide variances in it, but they're almost all attributed to the fact that 2022 will be a municipal election year. So if we look at the revenue, 282,000 of the increase is coming from contribution to own funds, and that represents money that is set aside each year towards a reserve for the election to be held. So that gets transferred into the budget in an election year. Clerks also derive $60,000 in outside income as they administer the election for the school boards in the Sioux North planning area. For the salaries and benefit increases, again, much of that is now expenses out in case of the election or because of the election. So that's an increase of 181,000 for clerks. If you take the election impact out, it would actually be a 1.3% change for overall. The expenses, again, there's a lot of expenses associated with the election, less the annual transfer to reserve that isn't done in an election year. There are two other items that come close to canceling each other out. There was a reduction in finance in consultants budget for tax advisory services, which we've now moved in-house, and an IT increase of 82,750 for software support costs. In the end, it's only a 0.9% levy increase. What I will do now is turn it over to the various department heads to go through their own area. We'll start with clerks.
So key initiatives in 2021 in the City Clerk's Department were policy development and implementation. That included alternative voting methods, a local improvement policy, a procedure bylaw review that's underway, and a review of the record retention policy as well as others. City clerk staff has also been conducting training for other staff with respect to both council report writing and workflows within the electronic agenda software. A comprehensive review of boards and committees was completed in 2021. Underway is the implementation of a strategic plan measurement tool, as well as cemetery management software, and lottery licensing software was new lottery licensing software was implemented in 2021. In 2022, of course, our main event is the 2022 municipal election. And that will include the introduction of tabulators for vote counting for the first time, as well as an optional vote by mail component. Voter engagement will also be one of our key items in 2022. With respect to policy development, various policies, including a compliments and complaints policy, accountability and transparency, and so on. Also working on an enhanced audio visual in the council chambers for electronic meetings. There will be a code of conduct review in 2022, as well as implementation of our general licensing program.
So for the finance department, our key initiatives for 2021 included an update of the procurement policy and procedures bylaw. So part of that included a review of the broader public sector, or the BPS procurement directive, as a tool for to reference best practices in the procurements that use public funds. We also had changes to the approval limits of the CAO and change orders to better manage project requirements. We also transitioned the assessment-based management to in-house, and that's virtually complete. So assessment-based management is a wide range of assessment activities that help to protect the assessment base and ensure fairness and equity in the property taxation. As already noted, this is a savings of $65,000 in the budget. We also have started the implementation of new budget software. So the new software will enhance the budget processes, including moving to multi-year budgets and forecasts. So looking forward to 2022, we're going to look to complete the new budget software implementation, rolling out the operating budget portion, and as well starting phase 2 for the capital budget. Also looking to update the tax collection policy and procedures. The last time this bylaw was updated was in 2007, and we're hoping to add some more modern procedures and focus our area of collections on more high-risk items.
Second. Excuse me, Malcolm. Are we asking questions after each presenter, or we're going to ask questions? Or Mr. Mayor, I see you're back on.
Yeah, no, I'm here the whole time. I was just standing up. No, when this presentation is done, we will ask questions. And then we'll go to community development enterprises. We'll do that presentation. We'll ask questions. Then we'll go to public works. We'll do that presentation, ask questions. So this is all of corporate services. I recognize there's different presenters, but we'll do the questions at the end of corporate services.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. With regards to human resources and our key initiatives for 2021, certainly we all know that there's been a significant effort with regards to the pandemic response and the requirements to keep our staff healthy and productive. And I really want to take this opportunity to send out a big shout out to the team. This truly has become a team effort in coordinating all responses, including the hotline, which is a significant endeavor for all of us. And I just want to thank the HR team for their professionalism and their work ethic during this time. Obviously, wellness and mental health are key to what the pandemic is sure to bring us moving forward. The CAO and I have discussed certain measures initially to try to offset what we know will be a challenge. And I'm sure there's more to come in the initiatives for 2022 that will be a more permanent response to increasing the wellness and mental well-being of our staff. And perhaps, I guess, in 2021, defense of the Section 133 constitutional challenge may be a little light on the impact. It's been a 20-month endeavor that I understand we will be giving council more detail next council meeting, Mr. White, if I'm correct. And certainly you'll see that as we flip to the key initiatives to 2022, you'll find that to be on the list as well, as we expect it to go into 2022. Next slide, please. In addition to the constitutional challenge being continued into 2022, we do have a requirement and a need to go out and test the market with our third-party providers when it comes to WSIB appeals and non-occupational sick leave adjudication. That is something we intended to do just as the pandemic struck. Another significant project that has begun, which will take us significantly into 2022 and perhaps beyond, is looking at an HRIS acquisition with the help of IT. It's something that I believe, and I think the CEO agrees, the corporation requires to move into future efficiency when it comes to reporting and data management. And we are hopeful to get a significant, I keep using the word significant, but I certainly hope to take a good chunk of this project into 2022 and come back to council with an update for an acquisition of a system, which I think is required for us to become more efficient and provide better reporting and better data to council as we go through our daily business, quite frankly. We expect to continue the pandemic response to continue. Of course, we talked about wellness in our 2021 initiative. I think it's paramount that we look at some sort of long-term solutions, which the CEO is aware, and we hope to be at council again in 2022 with some options to help address what we think is going to be a significant challenge for us. In addition, some of you, depending on the election results, and if you intend to run again, we'll also see in the fall of 2022, all of our collective bargaining agreements, save and except fire, will need to be renegotiated. And we usually commence that process late in the year with the expiration dates of January coming to fruition. In addition, council, we are also requesting as a supplementary ask, the addition of 1 FTE to assist with the return to work portfolio. The pandemic has certainly created some expectation of increased challenges, but even before that, we are looking at more complex cases when it comes to attendance at work and getting individuals back to work safely. Costs are increasing, even though it's a nuance where we see the actual volume of claims reduced. The costs are increasing, and that's a significant concern when you have that kind of disparity where you're reducing claims but costs are escalating. It really shows the need to really be actively appealing on a priority basis some of these large potential claims, whether it's occupational or non-occupational. And when we do that, it certainly requires a huge effort on the administration part to prepare the information and the data so that our third party can make the successful appeals, or at least attempt to make those challenges as successful as possible to help mitigate those costs going forward. In the end, I would just ask council to consider the approach of being able to challenge some of these ongoing costs. They are concerning. The trend has been escalating for quite some time. We do have claims that through presumptive legislation present a challenge upfront in trying to manage those costs and those claims. And certainly the legislative impact has affected our bottom line, and we need to be as efficient and proactive in trying to address those increasing costs as best we can. And that's why the ask for the admin assistant to the return to work portfolio. Thank you for your time, and that concludes, I think, my portion.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. The key initiatives for 2021 for information technology. We started our first phase of a mobile Office 365 deployment, which covered the proper acquisition of the Office 365 licensing. We had to put some additional infrastructure in place, our Office 365 Azure Active Directory, which managed the users in the cloud. And we started and finished our Office 365 email migration. So we deployed our email into the cloud. We also upgraded some components of our IT data center. We implemented and automated a security awareness program for our staff. We implemented a corporate-wide learning management system that is utilized by Public Works, HR, and other departments for online training material. We also developed a COVID-19 daily screen tool that is used by staff, as well as in the Civic Center, a key fob and tracking system. We started, as mentioned by our Chief Financial Officer, a Questica budgeting system. We started the implementation of that. We implemented a contractor pre-qualification system, and we established and are maintaining the mobile workforce to work from home. So we allowed our staff to work from home in times that they need to work from home. And we also initiated the corporate rollout of virtual meetings in the format of Zoom meetings. Next slide, please. Looking forward for 2022, we will continue on with the second phase of the Office 365 mobile deployment, which will cover Microsoft Teams and Microsoft OneDrive, and we'll cover the key areas of assessment, governance, adoption, change management, and security. As well, we'll be finalizing the deployment of Questica, as mentioned before. We'll be upgrading our city's payroll system to a software as a service cloud solution and experience some of the advantages of doing so. We'll be also deploying the Invisio strategic planning software, as mentioned by Madam Clerk. And we'll also be upgrading the city IP network infrastructure to accommodate the significant impacts and resources that will be required by going to a more cloud-based and mobile workforce. Next slide, please. And as well, we're recommending for a capital request, upgrading our information technology infrastructure as well from capital. Thank you.
So council, what we're going to do is I'll take a list and we can ask questions. Some of you may want to move or include specific initiatives that were presented in this section. I would just point out that you should save that for when we get to specifically deliberating on capital and then deliberating on operating. So ask questions about whatever you want to ask questions about, but don't move, or we won't get into what we're going to include and not include until we get to 7.7 and 7.8. That'll keep us organized so we could all keep track of where we're at. So questions for corporate services. Councilor Shoemaker, we'll start with you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you first to the city clerk. I don't think the number was in that presentation, but in the preliminary budget, there's an increase for vote tabulators for the 2022 election. I think it's $40,000 as an operating expense. In a previous council meeting, in response to Councillor Dufour's question, I think you had mentioned that these tabulators are leased for the purposes of the election. Am I remembering that correctly?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, that is correct.
And so is the cost 40,000 to lease them, or is it 180,000 or 160,000? Sorry.
It is in the range of something over 100,000, I believe.
I guess the question is the 40,000 that's being added in a cost that's intended to accumulate over the course of the term to pay for the lease of the tabulators at the end of each term?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, we're offsetting the cost of the tabulators by not requiring as many individuals that we hire to count, if that's what you meant by the difference between the 40.
Yeah, I just mean is like you're not adding in the 40 you're adding in will cover the cost of the tabulators after that amount accumulates over a number of years, right?
So maybe if I can, Madam Madam Clerk, I think the question is the 40,000 a one-time capital cost, or is it something you need to build into the levy for as an annual cost that accrues?
This is a lease cost for the tabulating machines. They're the same machines that Elections Ontario would use, I understand.
Yeah.
And
I think we all understand that. I think that the question is, do you need to have this as a levy increase, or is it a capital cost? Is that fair, Councillor Shoemaker?
Yeah, exactly.
the CFO will speak to that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, my understanding for the tabulators, this was an additional cost for this year's election. Once we're finished the 2022 election, as we do with every other election, we will be reviewing the total costs and reestablishing what our 4-year requirement is. So if for a single election is a one-time cost that we're showing as 40,000, if that continues, then it would be an additional $10,000 a year that we would have to add in 2023 and forward.
But if we're putting 40,000 in through today's budget, we wouldn't have to add anything. We'd actually be over.
We're actually
provided the rest of the costs stay the same, which obviously that.
We're only doing it as a one-time cost in the operating budget. It's not ongoing.
Okay, so next year our operating budget will be 40,000 less in theory.
Correct.
Okay, all right, that does clarify, because that wasn't that was essentially what my question was. Okay, and then that's it. City Clerk, I had a question of well, either Ms. Shell or Mr. Nero with respect to the return to work coordinator, or probably Mr. Nero. Is there anticipated to be cost savings achieved by hiring a return to work coordinator?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, while I'm hesitant to guarantee, I believe that through proper appeal consideration, we can mitigate some of the costs. To what extent remains to be seen, but certainly I'm confident that that will put us in a position to have better resources to support at least prioritizing significant challenges and appeals to offset our escalating costs.
And what's the budget for the return to work expense right now?
The expense is approximately $3.5 million in total absences between non-occupational and WSIB or occupational.
Okay, and so the return to work coordinators salary and benefit package, I think it's in the budget, it's approximately $70,000.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker. So the ask for the position would be approximately $65,000 to $70,000 with benefit. The way we budget for benefits, that would be the total ask of the position. Yes.
Right, that would cover all remuneration.
For the new position, yes.
Yeah. So could we, and I think this is probably to the CFO, reduce the number that we budget for the return to work expense by the amount that's being sought for the new coordinator's position?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker. That is the indication that the Director of HR seems to be providing. I would suggest that perhaps we prorate the amount through the WSIB to each department to reflect a similar decrease.
Okay, but it could all for the purposes of, so I mean, you would work it on the back end however you needed to, but we could say essentially 68 or 65,000 is being eliminated from the WSIB budgets of whatever departments allocate the costs to it in order to pay for this new position.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I intend to do that later on in the meeting, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, sure. We'll come back to that in 7.8, Councillor Shoemaker, and you could put that on the table then. Thank you.
Okay. Those are all my questions of corporate services. Thank you.
Any other questions for corporate services? Councillor Hilsinger, then Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if I have missed an update on something. In our budget package, It shows compared to the operating budget summary that was in the presentation, it shows the revenue for 2022 is the same, but it shows salaries and benefits at 6.7.5 million compared to 7.6, and it shows other expenses at 2.558 million compared to 2.770 million. And I'm just wondering, did I miss an update that changed what we're looking at in the budget package compared to what we see on this slide?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hilsinger, I believe that's due to the fact that we combined the mayor's office and the CAO's office into this summary. However, I'll let the CFO confirm that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, what the CAO stated is correct. Those budgets for the CAO office and mayor's office aren't reflected anywhere else, so they have been combined into the operating summary.
Okay. Okay. It doesn't note that in the presentation, but that's just, okay. Got it. Thank you.
Anything else, Councillor Hilsinger?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bruni?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple questions regarding finance and admin. I'm looking at the salaries. The salaries is an increase of 4.13, but what hit me was the benefits. The benefits are up 15.28%. Would Shelley be able to explain why the big increase?
Michelle?
Sorry, I was trying to get my computer on. For the information of Mr. Bruni, my understanding is that there was an error in the previous year's budget that we had to correct in the benefits. I would ask that perhaps Jake Bruises may have some additional information to provide on the benefits.
Jake, you have anything else to offer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bruni, I think there was a slight error, but the majority of that is because one of the positions in admin was moved to full-time. So now they're getting full-time benefits, whereas last year they weren't. That's the main cause of the increase in finance admin benefits.
Okay, thank you. In the clerk's department, there was a salary increase of 25.84%. But if you look at the benefits now, the benefits are down 10.91%. And I guess I'm questioning, why would the benefits drop that much, over $20,000?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, the election expense for compensation, those individuals wouldn't receive benefits.
So okay, so I'm looking at page 125 out of 468, but so this would be a combination of everything of the clerk's department, and those people would not get benefits, but they would get wage, correct?
That's correct for our election employees.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bruni. Councillor Vezo-Allen.
Sorry, my question's been asked and answered. I'm fine, thanks.
Okay. Do we have any more questions of the corporate service presentation? Seeing none, we can move on to community development and enterprise services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to present the budget for community development and enterprise services. As council is likely aware, CD&ES comprises a number of different departments in the city, including cemeteries, community arenas, economic development, our future SSM project, the local immigration partnership, planning department, recreation and culture, tourism, and transit and parking. Next slide, please. Our 2022 operating budget summary, you'll see there is an increase in revenue from user fees as we at time of writing return to more normal service levels, and also from the anticipated mausoleum sales. There are some levy impacts due in part to anticipated continuation of lower transit ridership, which is consistent across the province, and also transfer of arena capital surcharge to pay for long-term debt from corporate to community development and enterprise services. Overall, the tax levy impact is 4.85% for the service area as a whole. Next slide, please. So there's a number of large initiatives underway in our area. We hope to construct the downtown plaza. We'll be issuing the tender in January and hope to start construction in spring. We will be finalizing the construction of the Twin Pad Arena, and Ellis Don is currently underway in construction on that site. We'll also be continuing our transit infrastructure improvements subject to council approval, upgrading our fleet and transit technology, as well as advancing the project for the Huron Street Terminal. Also, we'll be finalizing the official plan for council and provincial approval in 2022, which is a major project for our planning department. Our economic development and tourism teams are undergoing a number of initiatives, and we look forward to coming back to council and providing more detail on all those initiatives at a future time, but there's a lot of activity underway with those two units. We will be undertaking a community promotion and worker attraction campaign with the funding that we received from FedNor, and that ties in with our rural and northern immigration pilot program, which we are continuing to administer and having good results with that program. Also, we'll continue to implement the community culture plan and working with our cultural vitality committee. We will be undertaking park revitalization. We have the James Street Park project that is underway, and also the Rosedale Park project in collaboration with the Kiwanis Club. We continue to look to advance our Indigenous relationships, working with Garden River First Nation, Batchewana First Nation, the Métis community, in Sault Ste. Marie, our Indigenous Friendship Center. We will also be implementing the GHG reduction plan and continuing our work on corporate sustainability. And finally, we will continue our newcomer support activities with the local immigration partnership. Next slide, please. So we did provide some key performance indicators to council that just shows some of the trends being experienced in 2021. We are seeing some positive, up-to-date, positive impact related to the numbers, and I'll go through these KPIs very quickly for council. Next slide. You'll see that the transit ridership up to Q3 was about 483,000. We're hoping to get closer to the 2020 level. But you'll also recall we did have a few months in 2020 where we had regular transit ridership, and we were making great progress up until COVID began. Next slide, please. We are making progress on reducing our age of our fleet. We have 4 new conventional buses, 2 parabuses, and 1 community bus in 2021. And we'll see some improvements on this metric when we report next year, due to when we received those new transit units. Next slide, please. In terms of ICE utilization, a large increase in 2021 to Q3. And in part, that was also impacted by the fact people weren't able to go into Michigan to play, and some of our arenas in the area reduced their service hours related to COVID-19. Next slide. Our seniors virtual programs are seeing increased uptake, which is great. Appreciate the effort from staff to transition to that virtual environment, and also our seniors for taking part in these programs. We hope that continues. Next slide. Our Bondar tent events were up slightly in 2021 up to Q3. And again, we hope to see that trend continue going forward. Next slide. Our Bellevue Marina usage continues to grow year over year in popularity. So there's good usage of the marina. And again, we hope to see that trend continue. Next slide. And also our MAT proceeds, a nice indicator for our accommodation industry. Up to September, we were almost at the same level as 2020 as a whole for the year. So again, we'll look forward to reporting back to council on the full year results in the new year, but that's a nice indicator to see that MAT proceeds increasing. Next slide. So our recommended capital requests to council Again, we have our transit infrastructure projects. The total of that is $4.6 million. The city shares 1.2 million. So we're able to leverage 73% funding through the ISEP program, which provides a great opportunity to upgrade our fleet and our facilities and our technology. Also, we have the John Rhodes Full Heat Recovery Unit project. That's $300,000. It's a fairly quick payback period with estimated savings of $43,000 a year. It reduces our GHG emissions 206 tons per year. And we do have 30,000 from the Green Initiatives program towards that project cost. There's a 3/4 ton truck for our cemetery. Our current unit is end of life and it's used for sanding and snow plowing. So it's a critical element of our fleet. The cemetery mausoleum is a $1.1 million project. There is no remaining availability within our current mausoleum. So it's an important project for the community to get that underway. The previous build sold out in 2 days, and we generate an anticipated surplus of $125,000 from that project. And then our community growth initiatives line item of $500,000, council had approved applying that towards the plaza project in 2022. So those funds will go towards supporting the downtown plaza. Next slide, please. Our supplementary requests to council. We would like to establish the sustainability coordinator position as a full-time role with the city. Certainly, it's a really critical role for us as we manage our GHG reduction program and our sustainability initiatives. We anticipate there will be increasing amounts of funding available from the provincial and federal governments towards these types of initiatives, and this will allow us to capture those funds, having a dedicated staff person there. Also to assist with our EV transition, and that role also coordinates our environmental sustainability committee. In terms of recreation and culture, we were looking at the park upgrades. So as part of the parks analysis report approved by council in 2020, we had recommended funding $150,000 a year for 5 years, which allow us to upgrade 3 parks per year at approximately $50,000 per park. So we're hoping to implement that and begin the retrofit of our community parks. We also have the John Rhodes slide replacement. That's a $275,000 project in total. We have submitted a Trillium grant, which would cover $220,000 of that project if successful. So we have our fingers crossed that that will be approved and we can move forward with that project in 2022. Next slide, please. The other supplementary requests, we have the cultural plan implementation. When the plan was initially approved, currently we have $144,000 that goes towards those cultural initiatives. The plan identified annual funding of $330,000. So this is the difference between those two amounts and recommended by the Cultural Vitality Committee. We also have $11,000 to establish the Pointe du Chene bus pilot. So this provides service to Pointe du Chene in the summer months. Also, the traffic rat control program is $15,000. This is a partnership with Sioux College that allows us to beautify city infrastructure and put those wraps on the traffic control boxes. The Adventure Bus pilot report was brought back to council on establishing an adventure bus which provides service to the Hiawatha Highlands area in the fall and winter. And the cost estimated to implement that service is $31,000. Next slide, please. Just a few items of unfunded capital to note to City Council. We do have the Promenade project. That is a project that Council approved submitting an application to the CCRF program from FedNor. So we've submitted an application for $525,000. That would establish the link on the boardwalk on the east side of the Bondar Marina. So we will, again, hope that we hear positive news related to that, that infrastructure project. Related to the Norgoma decommissioning, we have an estimate of $325,000, but we've had a recent development on that, and we anticipate a report being brought forward to council in the near future. So we might be able to park that item for now. And then finally, the splash pad for the West End report was brought to council last month. which estimated the capital cost at $750,000 to establish the West End splash pad. The recommendation was to put that in Manzo Park. And then there would be $115,000 estimated ongoing operating costs related to that project. That is all the items related to Community Development Enterprise Services, and happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Vera. We appreciate that presentation. I've got some folks here already with their hands up. Councillor Hilsinger, go ahead. We'll start with you.
Thank you. I have a question about the transit item and the ISIP matching funding, if I'm saying that right. So if I'm understanding this correctly, of the matching 27%, if I'm remembering correctly, about 450,000 is in the budget already, and there's another 550 in the supplemental budget. And my question is, what if we don't approve the supplemental amount, what happens to the transit plan in terms of that investment in capital?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hilsinger, I will let the CFO confirm. As my understanding right now, that full amount is in our prioritized capital requests for that transit infrastructure. So that amount is currently in the recommendation for the transit item. If we weren't to approve the entire amount, that would obviously decrease the investments we would be able to undertake. And staff would have to go back and revisit the kind of total ask to determine which would be the priorities within the amount approved to advance for transit infrastructure.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Hilsinger, my understanding the 550 for this year is taken care of. It would be, they would need this 550 2023 and going forward. Is that correct? Madam CF, Michelle?
To Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hilsinger, yes, you are correct in that. We have addressed it through the 2022 capital budget recommendation.
So there is 550 in our capital budget recommendation list. They don't have it for next year, and they'll need to sort it out for next year.
Oh, okay. I see 550 on the supplemental list.
Yes, it is. And I
Okay.
understand why you would be confused by that.
Okay. And then I also see 450 that's coming from transfer from own funds. So I just trying to understand the number. Okay. Thank you.
Anything else, Councillor Hilsinger?
No, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Christian? Councillor Christian, you're on mute.
Sorry. I'm going to withdraw my question at this point.
Perfect.
Sorry.
Councillor Bruni?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Community Development and Enterprise Services, there was salary and benefits increase of 535,113. And maybe Mr. Vera can explain to that, please.
Mr. Vera?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni. So you are looking at the overall budget for salaries?
Yeah. So there's 535,000 increase. No, I won't be able to break it down, unfortunately. So are we hiring extra people?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni. Sorry, I'm going through the, we have it broken down in more detail per department. So I might have to take a minute to drill down on that for you.
You know what? Yeah, it's unfair question in one sense for you to have the answer if you have to go through the whole department. And I apologize. Can we go back to the mausoleum, for instance? You have budgeted $1.1 million. And I guess the question goes to Ms. Shell. Do we have a reserve for the cemetery?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni. Yes, we do have a reserve, but there is not enough money within the reserve to complete the mausoleum this year. Hence, you'll see the increase in the mausoleum sales, which we anticipate will occur and will help offset the cost for the capital build.
How much money do we have in the mausoleum?
I don't have the number off the top of my head.
Would
for
it,
the mausoleum
would it
reserve.
make sense to take a short-term loan to build it and then after replenish it with the sales?
We are actually doing that. The amount of sales that are in there are covering the shortfall. So
Okay.
we're funding it.
Okay. I have a few other questions, but I want to hold off. I have to get some more detail. I just don't want to put Mr. Vera under the bus here. So I'll pass right now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hollingsworth, you're next.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Vare. First question, the splash pad. Can you refresh our memories? How much was the splash pad for Bellevue Park? And I do understand that COVID is a huge factor now for supplies and costs and so forth. But how much was the splash pad for Bellevue Park again?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth. I will refer that question over to our Director of Community Services, Brent Lamming.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, it was in the neighborhood of 350 to 400,000 at that time for construction.
Okay, thank you. And so it's a good assumption that you've increased this amount to close to 800,000 because of COVID and it's the cost of supplies and materials.
To Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, that is correct.
So help me understand how you came up with that figure. Did you add on the building costs of 25%? Like what formula did you use? And when are you hoping to break ground? Because costs are coming down still too.
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, we got an informal quote from a provider for the actual structure of 329,000. We also had shelter, pump house, grading and earthworks, and all the supporting services that were broken down by our parks division and our engineering division to come to a solid estimate, and which will go through the process as you stated.
Okay.
Mr. Lamming, you're very faint. It's hard to hear you. So if you could maybe speak louder or more directly into your microphone.
Okay.
Thank you. And refresh my memory, is the splash park in the West End going to be a duplicate copy of the one in Bellevue Park? Will it be exactly looking the exact same?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, it was designed to be very similar to the one as Bellevue Park.
Okay. Is it a fair assumption that you feel confident with this new figure, you won't be coming back to council for more money, but this will probably, hopefully be your ceiling, if not maybe less than your ceiling?
Through Mr. Mayor, Councillor Hollingsworth, that was what it was designed in that tent to make sure that we came with a healthy bid.
Okay. And how many sponsors have you secured so far? I know in the past that we've had, I believe it was Rotary, Kiwanis, and private investors. Have you secured some fundraisers and sponsors?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, at this time, we haven't gone out to any fundraising organizations at this point to reach out, but that's something that staff can look at.
Oh, that's positive. So this amount actually may come down because of some of your positive fundraising that you'll do.
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, that is an opportunity for staff to explore further.
Okay. Two other questions. Going to the adventure bus. I had the pleasure of speaking with you through email on the cost of the adventure bus. Right now, you're quoting it to be approximately 31,000, which includes winter months and fall months. You talked about in the email, you potentially can bring that figure down drastically. I know the beach bus was about 11,000. Could you bring that figure down to closer to the 11,000 like the beach bus?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, it's all based on the number of weekends the pilot is ran. So if it's run in a similar fashion and cut it from 49 days to the 20 or 25 days, it could get down closer to the adventure bus pilot project.
You mean the beach bus, the 11,000?
That's correct.
Okay, I don't know how I can move that forward, but I feel strongly that 31,000 is not the proper figure based on the conversations we've had. I would like to see that figure reversed and changed if possible. And I'm not sure how procedurally do that.
Are you asking how to procedurally change a figure that staff has provided to us?
Right, based on the emails that Mr. Lamming has shared with me, he felt that that price of $31,000 could come down drastically.
Okay, so I think when we get to this would be a operating item. When we get to operating, and then you can, if you want to do something with it at that point, Councillor, like if you wanted to move a motion and see if your councillor, your fellow councillors will support it, you can put it on the table then.
Okay, that's fair. And I just have one last question with regards to that new position they're suggesting for grant proposal, writing proposal. Would that to be to Mr. Vare?
Go ahead and ask it, and I'm sure the proper staff person will respond.
Okay. With regards to that new position, I agree. Having a person in that position to go after grant money would be very helpful for our community. However, I still see as a junior position, 98,000. How can you explain why such a high salary of 98,000 approximately?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth. So the role is a sustainability coordinator. So it's not just grant writing. The role will be looks at implementing the GHG reduction plan. It also works with different departments on identifying initiatives and projects to help us achieve our goals and the reporting related to that. So I don't want to just say it's grant writing. With that said, the role is the cost is related to the salary and benefits for that position as a full-time role.
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Vare, but I believe in our city, we have different levels, like introductory level, like level 4, level 3, level 5, and all that. Is that correct? And if so, this position, where would they be coming in at? What level? I'm not thinking the top end. I would think hopefully the bottom end.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, yes, we do have the levels within the city, and we've worked with HR to establish the appropriate level for that position, given the responsibilities for that role.
Okay. I still think that it's a very important position. Don't get me wrong. However, I still feel that this position is a little too high. I was hoping to see a starting position of about 65,000, and I think you still can get some really good candidates. However, that's my opinion, and thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. So next I have Councillor Vezo-Allen.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Vare. Mr. Vare, on page 76 of the budget for the John Rhodes Center and the McMeekin, contracted services are up quite a bit, 665% with the John Rhodes. Could you please explain the increase in that?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezo-Allen, that really relates to the screening that we have to do at the arenas for the COVID protocol. And we've hired third-party security services to do that for us. We had estimated, I believe that takes us through to March of this year. So that's the increased cost that you see there.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for explaining that. Also, page 55, tourism and community development. And this is just an oddity. Under travel and training, you have zero budget. So zero allocated under tourism and community development, page 55, travel and training.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezo-Allen, certainly there has been a decrease in travel and training given the COVID protocols. And then also we're able to leverage some other administrative line items we have to provide some limited training or travel to staff.
Okay. And I have two more questions. Mr. Lamming, transit maintenance and repairs is currently up 26.48%. Could you just explain with the new fleet that we have, the reason for the almost 27% increase?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Vezol Allen, yes, as we have timing of new units coming in, we have had substantial maintenance costs. We do anticipate this to drop significantly in 2022. So you'll be seeing that come down as the new units are introduced. And as of recently, Mr. Varen's presentation noted the purchases that have just been completed.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And to Mr. Vera, my last question, the sustainability coordinator, currently, is that a funded position under future SSM? It was a contract position, I believe.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezwell, and that's correct. It's a contract position.
And you would like to make this a permanent full-time equivalent?
Through you, Mr. Mayor de Vezwell, and that's correct. Yeah, we do believe this is a role that will be important in the community and in the corporation for a long time going forward. And we think establishing this as a full-time role is a priority for the corporation.
And to date, just a ballpark, what do you think this person's brought in since their contract began in granting revenue and our new initiatives that you may not have otherwise known about?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Vezwell, I want to say it's probably north of $160,000 that's been brought in so far. And, we have a sight line on additional funding programs and incentives that the city can take advantage of and other community partners. So, we do think this is a role that, will largely, generate additional revenue for the city in the long term that will likely outstrip the cost of the role.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Mr. Ver. No further questions.
Okay, so I've got Councillor Dufour, and then I'm not sure if Councillor Christian, you re-put your hand up or if you're just there. Okay, so Councillor Dufour, then Councillor Christian.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Ver, just to follow up on some of Councillor Vezzo Allen's questions, can you talk about what some of your priorities for travel and training are in the upcoming year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, there a lot of the conferences that previously, staff would have attended this year are, moving to virtual environments. So that helps to reduce the travel cost item for the city. Across each service area, there are typically, associations or training events, as it relates to planning and Ontario Planners, Transit, their annual Transit conference, Recreation and Culture has their pro group. So each group tends to have an association or provincial body that provides training for staff that our team takes part in.
Okay, thanks. And if council deemed it prudent or necessary to fund your travel and training budget at closer to a 2019 pre-pandemic actual spend, are there any service impacts that you could make us aware of here that would result from such a decision?
Through you, Ms. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, I think that's something we would have to look at across each group and then again prioritize which ones would be the priority for each different service area to take part in.
Okay, thanks for your answers, Tom. I appreciate it. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so yeah, Councillor Christian and Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question, Tom. Under tourism community development, I see that the full-time equivalent's been dropped to 8 from 8.6. Could you just explain the rationale there?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian, tourism and community development does include the future SSM project. So that is wrapping up in 2022. And so we've seen the transition of some of those roles related to the future SSM group, as well as, how we've transitioned the staff from the tourism into the city and the structure that we have here.
Okay, so I can't bring up the numbers here. Is that how that 0.6 of a position being absorbed somewhere else? Is that what you're saying?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian, we did work with the social equity coordinator role. So that role now is within the DSAB versus being a city employee.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christian. Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple comments, couple questions here. For the GFL Memorial Gardens, Mr. Ver, I noticed there was a drop of 18.54%. Still, it's quite high. It's a loss of $751,855. I still believe that's not, we shouldn't be accepting that. And I'm hoping in the future that number can come down. And I think with the pandemic, the number did come down, but if there wasn't a pandemic, that number would probably be a lot higher, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, the budget for the GFL is really influenced by the success of the Greyhounds in the playoffs. So depending how far that team goes really has a major impact on the swing in terms of the overall impact to the levy. Certainly with the impact of COVID, there was an impact there. And, we had to transition, use the facility as a center for vaccinations for a good part of 2021. But we're continuing to look at opportunities. It is a well-used community facility. It operates as really a community arena on top of its role as the premier sports and entertainment facility. And staff are always looking at ways to increase revenue and provide services to the community.
Thank you. My other comment is the Northern Community Center. We were always, since it's been built, it hasn't cost the city much. Our revenue basically covered a lot of the expenses, but I noticed now, I look at the salaries, it's up 19.94%. And what I don't understand is your full-time position is 0.8 and your part-time hours is 1,575. It's the same as 2021. So I'm just trying to figure out why the increase of 19.94% on the salaries.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, the increase in the salaries is largely due to the part-time salaries. As we've transitioned the community space in the Northern Community Center, we do have some recreational programming staff that are located within the common area at that Northern Community Center, which is providing more services to the community and the neighborhood in that region.
Okay, thank you. And that's it.
Okay, so I don't have anybody else with either an electronic or real hand up. So noting that, we can move on to the next presentation. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Public Works and Engineering Services.
Welcome to Council, Mr. Girardi.
Thank you very much. Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to present our budget tonight. The Public Works and Engineering budget includes public works operations, maintenance, along with all related practices under engineering. Added to the responsibilities in engineering is the maintenance of the Civic Center and the building department. Here with me today to explain the specifics of each division under Public Works and Engineering budget are the Director of Public Works, Susan Hamilton Beach, and Don Elliott, Director of Engineering. Please allow both speakers to complete their dialogue, after which time we'll welcome your questions. I'd like to recognize the Public Works and Engineering team and thank them publicly for their continued support and hard work. I'll now ask the Director of Public Works to provide an overview of the Works Division, and following that, the Director of Engineering will do the same.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Our administration area, they service all groups within Public Works. Our dispatch is located there, which many of you have dealings with. Over 17,000 calls a year are received at this location. And also all of our health and safety staff are within the admin area. Our operations area includes all those management and unionized staff that look after our roads and sidewalks, as well as pothole patching, curb and sidewalk repairs, ditching and catch basin repairs, and all of maintenance of the underground services as well. Our parks crews, well, they beautify the area. Our forestry group is found within this group, as well as all the horticultural and rink maintenance people. Our waste management team, the city owns and operates a landfill on 5th Line, and our waste collection responsibilities, they're shared by both city forces and a contractor. The HHW, or Household Hazardous Waste Facility, it's also city-owned. It's located at the Fifth Line site, and they see about 7,500 visitors per year. All the leaf and yard waste operations are located there. And despite all the challenges that we've seen with the pandemic, this core group has only increased in its service and been very active throughout the time period.
Susan, can I ask you to speak up a little? You're very faint.
My
Concerned
apologies.
people at home. That's much better.
Okay. Our buildings and equipment group, we're looking at about $16 million in buildings and $36.5 million in equipment in maintenance of repairs. And this includes our mechanic and our welding shop. As you're all well aware, as we recently presented, the fleet services review was conducted in 2021, and we had a very detailed council presentation of its findings made by our consultant. Our traffic division, they're busy managing much of the line painting program, which includes now all our bike lanes and all our intersection painting. We have over 22,000 signs out there, and now additional symbols such as the bike lane symbols. Our electricians, they keep all our signalized intersections busy and functioning. And in total, we're looking at about 525 intersections with some type of traffic control, either signals or signs. We've newly added 5 PXOs. That's become our responsibility. And as well as all the traffic crew, carpentry is under this traffic area, and they're responsible for manufacturing cabinets to building structures, including concrete and brickwork. A lot of this group's work are responsible for the management of other city facilities as well. I'll turn it over to Don in engineering.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Under the engineering division, there are 3 staff engineers, Carl Rumiel, Catherine Tato, and Maggie McCauley, and 14 engineering technicians and technologists. We're primarily responsible for capital transportation, connecting links and miscellaneous construction programs. We administer the wastewater plant and pump station operations contracts. We conduct class environmental assessments and engineering matters related to the sanitary projects, stormwater management, environmental engineering, drainage, and also engineering for the landfill. This group also provides traffic engineering services now. We liaise with and assist developers, utilities, governments, and regulatory agencies on all matters related to municipal infrastructure. In the building division, under Chief Building Official Freddie Posibon, he has a staff of 12. He's responsible for all matters related to the city's duties under the Ontario Building Code, including plans, examination, permits, and inspections. And the other group looks after property standards and other bylaw enforcement. This group these days is carrying a very heavy load with the building division or the building industry the way it is, and with bylaw enforcement. The third division under engineering is building services. Roger Caron's team is responsible for property maintenance, capital upgrades, security, and caretaking services at the Civic Center. And I'll send the presentation over to Susan for key initiatives.
Thanks, Don. First and foremost, Public Works was able to keep all our employees, including our many students, safe this year, and we continuously worked and provided all of the regular services, even though obviously we were in very different times. In traffic, we installed the school zone reduced speed signs, a project that was supported by council, and we installed Centrac's system performance monitoring traffic system. At Sackville Road, our carpentry and our building area completed the Public Works main garage siding project. That was funded through asset management, and our operations and our wastewater group installed the water main, which was on the books now for several years. Parks had a very busy year. It was certainly a team effort that was associated with the installation of the pickleball courts. Those are located at Elliott Road, on Elliott Road. And we continued the accessibility pathway at Topsail Island. This was laid out and paved and was very well used by the citizens this year. Point de Chene saw the installation of the 9-hole disc golf course, and Anna Marinelli Park, it's undergoing an extensive upgrade project. The Building and Fleet Division's major focus, as I've already stated, was the fleet management study. This involved staff from all of our core groups, and it resulted in a very thorough review of our fleet management and equipment needs. The city landfill, it remained very busy, and staff worked to redesign the public drop-off sorting areas for wood and brush, tires and refrigerators, and we hope to see an improved traffic flow through this facility. We also dedicated effort to maintaining and operating the methane gas collection system, which is instrumental in mitigating odors. And it would also be very unfair for me not to mention the many webinars and the hours that have been dedicated to document and regulation review, affecting many, if not all, areas of waste management. This area of service, it shall undergo many changes in the upcoming years, and staff are doing its best to keep on top of all of these changes. I will hand it over to Don to talk about some of his key initiatives.
Council, the key initiatives in 21 in the engineering division were primarily capital works. We reconstructed third line, including a multi-use path between the hospital entrance and Black Road. Mark Street has been reconstructed. Another phase of a small aqueduct on Central Creek. We were working on the design of Case Road culvert replacement and McDonald Avenue stormwater management, and also design of Angelina Avenue reconstruction. We managed to get a good section of McNabb Street resurfaced this year. We finished phase 2 of the waterfront boardwalk. The West End wastewater plant phase 1 upgrade continues. That's about a $30 million effort. We have several drainage and traffic related environmental assessments. And we're finishing up this year the Civic Center windows and cladding replacement. The other two initiatives, one worth mentioning in the building division is the amended property standards bylaw for derelict buildings. A shout out to legal for all their help. Jeff King gave us lots of good help finalizing that last year. And the other thing that we have going on is the revised asset, first phase of revising the asset management program as mandated by the province, and it's well underway. Next slide, Susan.
In 2022, we're hoping in the traffic area to continue expanding the Centrex traffic monitoring system. The curbside residential waste audit should be completed in additional seasons. This has been done in partnership with Stewardship Ontario and the Continuous Improvement Fund. Information from these audits, they'll be used to help us form recommendations that help Ontario and ourselves reach waste reduction and diversion goals. This information will also be used by staff to help improve the effectiveness of our waste diversion programs, including the collection of organics, which will be regulated by 2025. At Point de Chene Park, we hope to install new beach volleyball courts. That's becoming quite a community facility. And park staff will also accomplish the landscaping in and around the new Bridge Plaza welcome sign. Over to Don for some of his 22 initiatives.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, the remaining items on this slide are a continuation of initiatives from 21, with the exception of the biosolids processing facility. We hope to begin construction of the biosolids facility at the landfill beginning in 2022. So I can turn it over to Larry now for the operating budget summary.
This slide represents the entire department changes. However, this will be detailed for each division in upcoming slides. It's very difficult to review line items by the way of this summary. I will ask both directors to review their respective areas and provide dialogue explaining changes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council. Our revenue, landfill revenue continued to exceed the value that we included in the budget. This is regularly reviewed every 5 years, with the averages included in our system. Also, we saw the 50-50 revenue share for recycling. This was increased to $50,000. And council, you may be recalling that staff, we reported that this value was actually negligible in past years, so it was actually set to 0. So we're seeing an increase here. We are also receiving more recycling grant money, and that's increased by about 36,500. Our winter control revenue budget was also increased by over $107,000. This is meeting our 5-year average for services we provide to external sources such as MTO, Prince Township, and the PUC. Our salaries and benefits have changed for 2022, the value of 0.69%. This reflects departmental wages increase due to the contractual changes. And our other expenses, which is shown here at an increase of 6.04, this is a value of 790,000, and a high level, it can be broken down to include values such as under waste management. This was a levy increase that's improved by council through the business and implementation plan. Our fuel and utility budgets, they've been increased by about $200,000 to increase and to actually reflect usage and those price increases. Our contractual increase for traffic line painting program, it's approximately $75,000 due to hikes in the increase of the actual product. And we have some material increases for culverts, concretes, and granular materials. These are all associated with our summer programs. That's approximately about $27,000. And repair parts under our fleet, this was increased by about $33,000. This is covering inflationary expenses. And the balance here is due to minor increases for internet, telephone expenses, and inflationary increases on our reserves. As indicated, the 2022 budget for Public Works results in an overall increase of 2.44% from 2021. Now over to Don.
Council, this next slide summarizes the operating budget summary for engineering. We're looking for a 1.77% increase. There's really nothing substantive changed over last year. A little more revenue is expected from building permits in the top line. And also note that under other expenses, that 11 million there, that includes large items such as wastewater operations contract, street lights, and fire hydrant costs. And Susan has the next slide for recommended capital requests.
So a number of the capital requests here have been made by Public Works, and funding for these has been identified by the resources that are noted on the slides from finance. In parks, we've included the value of $75,000. This is a request for the installation of the pressure tank that would provide water to the public amenities at the Pointe du Chene Day Park only. With the installation of the disc golf course and the beach volleyball courts in the upcoming year, the general public is definitely using this facility at an increasing rate. And transit is also providing its weekend service, so to have washroom facilities there is quite important. As council was presented at its last meeting, an additional $75,000 would be required to provide potable water to the campground located on the same property. The Esposito Rink Shack, it's undergone a structural evaluation, and there is risk of failure if not replaced or upgraded in short order. So due to the requirements within the building code for buildings of occupancy such as this, staff are recommending procuring the architectural and engineering services to approve the design of a suitable facility at this site. The property now has year-round use with the pump track and the skating rink, and we think those amenities should be studied. The security gate system at Sackville Yard requires replacement as the existing one has only been functioning intermittently, and thus it's requiring that it be operated manually. This is compromising both worker safety and potentially the security of the belongings that are on this property. And the landfill site is requesting funds for a camera system. Unfortunately, over the last several years, we've experienced several break-ins, and we're hoping that the installation of a system such as this would assist in the security and control of this property. And over to Don.
Next slide summarizes 3 capital requests for engineering. The first one is replacement inspection vehicle that can be covered by the engineering equipment reserve. The carpet in the Civic Center has outlived its useful life. We have health and safety concerns with respect to that. And the third one is under building services. The Civic Center front entrance project is proving to be challenged redesigning it due to the length of the accessibility ramp required to meet the building code. So additional funds are required for that project. I intend to bring a separate report on that project to council in the new year. I believe the next slide is mine also. It's a summary. It's a summary of the 2022 Capital Transportation Plan. Council has seen this in September. There's really no change to what you saw in September. This is the night for formal approval of it. We'll be reconstructing 4 local streets: Cedar, Dufferin, Angelina, and Bloor Street West. We would like to repair the South Market storm sewer. It's a big storm sewer that requires some trenchless work in order to stop the pipe from letting groundwater into it. That's a major project that needs to be done. We will resurface Trunk Road between South Market and Black if connecting link funds are secured from the Ministry of Transportation. We plan to build Passchendaele, the little access road in the Peat Patch between Northern Avenue and Princeton. Also, there'll be resurfacing. There's resurfacing money in here, and finally, some engineering. A little bit of engineering for 2023 projects is included here also. Over to Larry for supplementary requests for operating for Public Works.
Thank you, Don. The next 2 slides include a summary of the supplementary request Public Works and Engineering Services has for this budget year. I'd like to speak on behalf of the apprenticeships for the trades, and we'll ask both directors to provide details for the remainder of the supplementaries. It should be noted that funding has not yet been allocated to any of these requests. As a reminder, during the 2019 budget deliberations, I brought the idea of having an apprenticeship program forward and asked for support from council with no monetary commitment. Council provided further support in 2020 and in 2021 by providing the salaries for the first and second of 3 apprentices. This paved the road for the PW to hire our first HVAC apprentice in 2020 and 2021 an electrical apprentice. We're now in our 3rd year of the 3-year commitment, and we once again require council support to move forward with the 3rd apprentice position. It is our intention to hire an apprentice in either one of these 2 trades, either electrical or carpentry. Both areas have senior employees close to retirement, so either will benefit with having an apprentice. We'll make that decision once we've allocated the funds. Allowing PW to move on this program supports the growing need for training our local youth to meet the present demand for tradespersons. I turn it now over to Susan.
So our next item here, we have spoken of with the completion of the fleet services review, the previously committed increase of $250,000 to our capital equipment reserve. It was only reinforced. And with council's overall support of the study recommendations, the priority items for its completion in 2022 would be the streamlining of our processes within the shop, and that looked at, that was about a cost of $100,000 of consultant fees, and the completion of a detailed practical replacement plan. And then we're going to aim to complete the replacement plan with the guidance and advisory services of Mercury, and they were looking at a fee of about $30,000 to assist us there. We also hope to replace traffic control cabinets and overhead flashers. This request is to replace the overhead flashers located at certain intersections throughout town. These flashers are historically situated above the intersection with wires which are beyond their useful life and potentially pose a threat to the traffic on the roadway below. The traffic control cabinets, the value to replace a number of them is in our critical infrastructure inventory, and these are all well beyond their useful service life. An asset management, as it's part of a very critical part of our job, the traffic aged infrastructure here, this requires the investment to have service continuity within our traffic network. The value that we've included here is estimated to replace about 4 cabinets and 1 of the overhead flashers. The park's maintenance employee, we're requesting the addition of 1 full-time park maintenance person. Within the approval of budget this evening and within the Parks Master Plan, we're hoping to replace aged playgrounds over the next 10 years. And this would be in addition to maintaining our continuous operations of the skating trails, the existing splash pad, the proposed new splash pad, downtown plaza, and we would thus require these additional resources. It should be noted that this resource and this request has been made several years in a row, and only additional properties keep being added to this area's responsibility. Our parks area has also included the estimate to reestablish Mike Zook Rink. This is as per council resolution that's dated May 11th, 2021. This value here includes the material, labor, and equipment costs, as well as security to run this additional rink. And our carpentry, we've included here a budget that's established for general city property maintenance. This budget would cover such items such as fencing and securing sites and general risk management items that get requested of Public Works for properties that are within the care of the city. And over to Don to explain his supplemental requests.
Mr. Mayor, there are two operating increase requests that engineering is asking for. And if you forget everything else I said this evening, I'd like you to concentrate on these two items. We're looking to increase the miscellaneous construction budget. This is primarily used for resurfacing. Unfortunately, it was originally intended for many, many small projects. There's a long list of projects that total close to $10 million that we aren't able to get to. It's for storm outfalls, drainage works, bridges, paths, trails, and sidewalks. And unfortunately, most of this budget goes to resurfacing. And it hasn't been increased in a couple of decades. We're asking for an increase this evening. And the second one is the part-time bylaw enforcement officer complement increase. The risk here is the inability to properly enforce property standards. This was recommended by the bylaw enforcement task force in 2020, but not approved for the 21 budget. There's also a resolution that was answered in a recent meeting and a subsequent report on the matter, and it was referred to this evening's budget. So this position is needed to keep up with the demand for bylaw enforcement services. So I'll send the presentation over to Larry now for his closing comments.
Thank you, Don. Public Works and Engineering manages all the maintenance and infrastructure for the city. Every initiative that is embraced and passed by council and comes to fruition, such as new structures or infrastructure, is eventually in the hands of Public Works and Engineering to maintain. Our team is constantly making changes and improvements to the many services we deliver so as to not put further pressure on the levy. If we remove the sanitary sewer and the sewer disposal budgets, which are funded through the sanitary sewer surcharge, the overall percentage increase for Public Works and Engineering for 21 to 22 is actually less than 2%. That's in line with CPI. Similar to the pressures of mayor and council, Public Works has and continues to operate with challenges presented by COVID. These last 22 months have caused considerable stress for many, including Public Works and Engineering employees. I could not be more proud to be part of a team that never stopped providing excellent service, even under such difficult times. That being said, we've now shifted to our winter maintenance program at Public Works and the 2022 road construction and design preparation in the engineering division, and this will be our focus for the months ahead. In closing, I'd like to thank Public Works and Engineering team as we look forward to continuing to provide the level of service the residents of Sault Ste. Marie have become accustomed to. Thank you for allowing Public Works and Engineering team time to explain our budget, and we welcome questions.
Thank you very much, Larry. And before I move on to the questions, I do want to just take a minute and thank you and the entire team at Public Works. You're right to point out that the increase is less than 2%, with the exception of the funds that you did identify. And I think you worked hard to get it there. I also know that your department has had a lot of pandemic pressure, and you've done a good job keeping our community put together and safe. So I want to thank all of you for that. Don, before I get to questions, I have one. This 500,000 for the capital works miscellaneous construction budget, you know, you're generally use that for resurfacing every year. Earlier at the beginning of the meeting, we sent $2.4 million your way. So I presume that like you having an additional $2.4 million for linear works would free up some of this $500,000 in this budget year to do some of these projects that are long time on the books. Is that not correct?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarity on that for myself before we move into deliberations and talk about that line item. And very happy, Don, to be able to, I think I want to note unanimously, kind of on behalf of all of council, we all agreed to send that money your way to budget and prioritize for us. So we look forward to that coming back, and glad to finally give you some more money to do the really good work you're doing. So Councilor Bruni, you're the first hand up here on my screen, so I'm just going to start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two questions. We got one regarding waste management to Ms. Susan Hamilton Beach. Why is the projection for fees and user charges low at only 50,000? Just curious, because I know through the pandemic, waste management has increased, very busy, etc.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bruni, I believe the 50,000 you're speaking of, that is strictly associated with the revenue that we receive for our recycling products. And actually, right before the pandemic, the value of this material was virtually went to zero. In fact, we had to almost pay, or we did have to pay for suppliers to take that material from us. So we are seeing an increase. We're hoping it is greater than 50,000, but with the challenging times, we didn't want to include a higher level there.
Okay. Next question for page 171, building. Yeah, is that a typo? Tax levy 45.13%. I guess to Mr. Elliott.
Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bruni, I'm sorry, what page are you on?
I'm on 171 of 468. Building inspection. The tax levy is 45.13%. I don't.
Don, if you're looking at the December 6th,
yes,
it would be on 228. It's page 171 on the November 29th.
Thank you.
Forgive me, I need that page number again.
So for, if you're looking at December 6th, it's page 228.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilor Bruni, your question was again?
On the tax levy, third last line, just above full-time positions, it says a 45.13% increase. Am I reading that wrong?
Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bruni, it's I don't think you're reading it wrong. It's most of the money that comes in here is it's revenue generated. So the increase, it's what you're seeing there is a very small increase related to it's a very it looks like a large percent increase, but it's actually a very small monetary increase of a few $1,000s. So I would have, in order to drill into that, Councilor Bruni, I'd have to talk to Freddie. He's on the line. If you need the information, he may have it, but it's a small item. But I don't believe that's an error, no.
Okay. And my last question to you. You're requesting a part-time bylaw officer. I thought council wanted to see a full-time bylaw officer.
Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bruni, we didn't change the request to full-time. I recall that discussion at open council. when the report was brought back, but the task force that one of the recommendations of the task force was for part-time, so we decided to leave the formal request for this evening as a part-time officer. If it was a full-time, if changed to full-time, that's up to council to decide.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it for you, Councilor Bruni? Councilor Christian, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions. You actually asked my first question relating to the miscellaneous construction budget and whether that money can be used in that area. I'm looking at Public Works and Engineering revenue and expenditures. I'm not sure who can answer this question, but I'm looking under expenditures and it says recoverable costs for 2022 of $255,000. What exactly are recoverable costs? And yeah, what are recoverable costs by definition? What do we mean by that?
Councilor Christian, what page, can I ask you what page you're referring to?
Yeah, I'm on page 128 of 199.
What page?
129, sorry.
128 of 199.
Councilor Christian, what we do in that case for recoverable costs is that's where we're shifting money from department to department, interdepartment rather. So if we have to move money from one area to another area to cover a cost for a service that we provided, that's where that money is coming from.
Okay.
Sorry, I just had to pick up where you were. The page numbers weren't lining up with mine, sorry.
No, and I think that came out in the fleet survey, that discussion, that topic.
That's right.
Thank you. Under carpentry, I'm just curious, you're showing 8 full-time equivalents, yet you're down $66,000. That seems strange. Why is there, I mean, it's a better number being down 66, but I don't understand why we would be down the similar full-time equivalents under carpentry.
Councilor Christian, I think I'll pass that question on to Susan Hamilton Beach.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian. And perhaps Mr. Bruises can confirm, but we believe that this is a correction as this value was overstated in the 2021 budget. So this is in fact a correction that's occurring there, that 66,000 reduction.
Okay. Do we know why that is? Why there was a mistake like that? Pretty significant. Or is it just a typo, or do we know what happened there? If not,
yeah, I don't know why the error resulted. My apologies.
All right. Okay. One final question. I guess this might be a question for the CFO. Can you tell me how much is in the asset management reserve? Because I see there are a few items that are going to be funded that way. I'm just curious on what the balance is in that reserve.
You, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian, if I recall, I'm just trying to find it in my notes here.
And I apologize, it just came up and I apologize for not giving you an advance notice, but in the presentation, I noticed it, so I wanted to ask the question.
I don't have that off the top of my head. I'd have to get back to you on that.
I think the more important question is then, and I'm not sure who can answer it, but what's the criteria for determining the use of such a reserve? Because I see a few items. I don't know if it's related to safety or whatnot, but there seems to be some consistency there. But that reserve is used for certain items that seem to be safety concerns. Is that part of the criteria? How do you determine which reserve is going to be used?
It really depends on the use. So I do have the asset management reserve, and there's uncommitted funds of approximately $1.4 million in there. A lot of that relates to the debt servicing that was retired that we put into that reserve for future requirements.
Okay. So in terms In
Oh, go
terms of
ahead.
criteria,
Sorry, just let me, we do have an asset management plan, and that asset management plan, you know, is part of what I think staff looks at when they determine how the funds are allocated. Am I correct in that regard, Mr. CEO?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
okay. All right, we'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next, I have Councillor Hilsinger.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to go back to the question. It was either Councillor Bruni or Councillor Christian who asked this. It was with regards to the recoverable costs line item. I'm just trying to understand, how do you move money to cover costs that you haven't had yet? What does, can I understand that better?
I guess an easy way to explain that recoverable costs would be if we have to do a project in another area, we bill them that cost, and then we have to recover the cost. So it's basically a way for us to bill other departments and recover the cost.
Oh, I see.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because picture the
Okay, no,
whole
no,
city.
now I understand. Sorry, I was
Okay.
trying to, so you have costs that are being, you've budgeted for in
Incurred.
your budget. No, but we're talking about a budget now, so there's nothing being incurred. So I'm just asking, do you have costs accounted for in your budget that you will then transfer out? So you have costs accounted for in the budget for 2022 that you will then bill out to another department. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. In the items that are noted for fleet support, there's a few of them in the supplementary budget. Are there funds or is there a reduction of expenses accounted for in your regular budget that would offset that?
No.
Is there a reason why that wouldn't be?
We are putting the ask out to help the fleet, just as we did when we had hired the consultant to do the work for us. So we're asking for the consultant to continue to assist us to work on our fleet study and to work on helping us reduce or give us a proper sizing of our equipment. So that's a continuation of what the fleet study program or fleet study that was brought to you earlier.
So there's no anticipated at this time savings that would come from that could offset operational costs?
Well, certainly down the road, there could be savings once we size. Right now, we're paying a lot of money out in equipment repair parts. So the whole idea was to bring Mercury in, determine, what equipment is old, what should go. Once we do all that, the long-term effects are certainly going to be an improvement because we'll be spending less on repair parts and
So
therefore operating a newer fleet.
Right. So you don't anticipate those operational savings having any effect in 2022?
Not at all.
Okay.
Well, that's the beginning of it, right? Beginning of the process.
Okay. The utilities and fuel costs between Public Works and Engineering are budgeted to increase by about, if I've done this properly, 16%. Could you explain that, please?
I'll pass that question on to Susan, but I'm sure you can understand where some of the fuel costs are coming in. It'll be from our equipment fuel costs. The price of fuel and everything else has gone up, but I will also ask Susan to add to that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hilsinger. Yes, we have previously estimated usage, for instance, of our utilities at the splash pad and other locations, and we have now been able to experience actuals. And so this increase is therefore accountable for predominantly that facility and some of the other facilities as well. Unfortunately, utility has increased.
When I won't belabor this, but when I look at where we were at in September of this year in those accounts, and I prorate the last few months of the year, it certainly hasn't exceeded this year's budget by much. So I'll just leave that with you. And then I have one last question. So in the capital transportation plan and also the summary here on Public Works and Engineering, I do not see the words trails or active transportation plan mentioned. That's my first concern, that there's nothing being pointed out that we're doing to enhance and improve our system next year. We have an active transportation plan master plan that's being worked on. So we're not anticipating that we might want to, address that, or it's not even mentioned. And there's other things like the speeding, reduction in speeding strategy that's on the table, the waste reduction strategy, implementing the plastics ban. And I don't see any reference to that in the budget. So I'm just wondering how, and perhaps this is to the CAO, but how do things like that we would not certainly want to put off for another year, how do those things possibly get funded so we can make some progress in those areas?
Well, let me start, Council, if you don't mind. You had mentioned the hub trail and trail system. The trail system, again, Public Works is maintenance and repair. So it'll be your community services department who will speak further to where the trails will be going, and the planning department certainly, because they work on that. But Public Works from a maintenance perspective we'd only be looking for if we needed funding to do more repairs to the hub trails. So from that question, I would say that's not our area. So now, next question. You're asking for further information on other?
Sorry, I referred to the capital transportation plan, not reflecting any improvements in our trails or active transportation plan. And I believe that does fall under engineering. Do I have that wrong?
I'm going to ask Don. Don, can you add to that, please?
Mr. Mayor to Councilor Hilsinger, you're correct. It's the 22 capital transportation plan. The 4 roads we're doing are in they're local roads. So clearly we are replacing the sidewalks in there. So there is some AT built into it. But I agree with you. The 22 capital transportation plan for the major projects is light with respect to like this year we did the hub trail on Mark Street, and we did the paved trail on Third Line. So it's not like it isn't there, but there isn't a flagship trail in that plan, if that's helpful.
Is there any way that we could address that?
Mr.
We're going to have a study coming forward, and then we're perhaps not. I don't know.
Mr. Mayor to Councilor Hilsinger, with this additional fund, the additional funds that we can spend the money that you're looks like you're giving us this evening very easily. We have a long list of projects. But having said that, there's no reason why if there are some priority trail, some little missing links, I have this conversation with planning on a regular basis. If there are some small projects that we can fit in there, there's no reason why we can't include this in this little plan that we'll bring to you in the new year with these additional funds.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hilsinger. Is that it for your questions on this presentation?
That's good for now. Thank you.
Okay, so it looks like we are through this presentation. I have no more hands on my list or hands on the screen. Sorry, I apologize, Councilor Dufour. I had you on my list. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So one of my first questions through you to Mr. Girardi, or perhaps to Shelley, can the 2 fleet studies be funded from the capital funding that may be available through the increased gas tax funding? Is that an option before us?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour. Actually, Councillor Christian had asked me this question earlier today. And from what I can see from the eligibility criteria for the federal gas tax, it does not qualify. I have put in a question, though, to AMO, who manages our federal gas tax, but I have not heard back from them.
Okay, it is based on your early reading of the NORDS funding or the OSIF funding, would either of those programs qualify this one-time expense?
The NORDS definitely not. It's more for your linear infrastructure. I think Don Elliott would probably be more knowledgeable for the OSIF eligibility if it would qualify for the fleet.
Mr. Mayor to Councilor, I'm sorry, which councilor were we dealing with here? Sorry, Councilor Dufour. I'd have to check that. I think it's OSIF is just for linear infrastructure.
Okay, so the only way to fund the fleet study would then be a one-time full levy addition. Is that a correct understanding?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Dufour, as I mentioned a bit earlier in the presentation, I think it was under CDENS, Councillor Christian had asked what the available balance is in the asset management reserve. We potentially could utilize our reserve for the amount required to do those two studies.
Okay, thanks. My other question on the budget from page 226, under parks, utilities and fuel. I see that there was a pretty substantial increase there. Larry, I was just wondering if you could share a little bit more about why that is. Increase was 166%.
Okay, 1 second. Sorry,
under
Counselor.
public
Yeah, I was just
park
looking under.
operation. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be for the community splash pad. That was the increase in costs from PUC.
Okay. For the Bellevue Park splash pad. Obviously.
That's right.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Problem.
That's all my questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dufour. Okay, Council, that's the extent of it for Public Works and Engineering. I thank you to the team there for their presentation. We'll move on to the legal department.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to all of council. I have with me tonight as well the Assistant City Solicitor, and we'll be just going over the legal services budget. If we can have the next slide, please. So for legal, we contain not only the legal department, but the Provincial Offences Office and Court. We deal with the freedom of information requests as well as insurance for the city and deal with risk management issues. So the services that you see listed there are the ones that we provide: oversight of the corporate legal matters and the Provincial Offences Court. We provide legal advice to City Council and city staff. We deal with all of the property acquisition, sales, anything to do with the city property, preparation of all the bylaws and amendments as needed, processing of all the legal and insurance claims, processing of all freedom of information requests, represent the city in court and at various tribunals, as well as providing advice on lawsuits and potential lawsuits with the idea of not having the lawsuit. And as well, we've had increase now with the number of court appearances and various tribunals that we're dealing with internally. Excuse me. The POA court deals with all the prosecution of charges on city bylaws and some of the provincial legislation. We're dealing with the public on a wide variety of questions and claims. We're dealing with insurance coverage and management. And the risk management position also is part of this department. And we've been without a risk manager for 7 months of 2021. So that role has been divided up between myself, the Assistant City Solicitor, and our clerical staff. So I do want to say thank you to everyone who stepped up to take on another role with the role that they're already performing. If I could have the next slide. The operating budget is there. Some of the background information that you'll want is that we had under the purchased and contracting services for legal, we had a reduction of 5.47%, but we had an increase. It's shown under taxes and licenses. That's our insurance. So the city insurance climbed quite a bit between the 2 years. And that's where you'll see the 12.23 change there. In the next slide. Key initiatives in 2021. The goal always is to become more integrated with the other city departments and the projects that they take on. Ideally, if we're starting with other departments from the beginning, we can provide legal services and deal with matters before we're dealing with them at the end of an issue that we can't deal with. We're assisting on more of the construction contracts where legal issues have arisen. We're working with city departments, and you'll recall in November, we did a report to council on the kinds of work and the increases in the workload that we've seen. These are a few of them that you see. We've been monitoring the new emergency and COVID-19 orders that started in March of 2020, and it continues most recently by APH, but this usually it had come down through the province. And as we like to chide, they always seem to come down at 10 o'clock at night to be rolled out the next day. Next slide, please. We're working on the contractor safety program that's in conjunction with purchasing and health and safety with Human Resources Department. We worked with the internal resources to comply with Ministry of the Attorney General requirements for the physical changes needed to be made in the POA court, and those have been extensive. We continue to work with Clear Risk and the IT department to streamline some of the processes for claims, make it easier for people to make claims online versus having to file something physical with the city. We've been participating in the Property Standards and Yard Maintenance Task Force. That's Jeff, who is also our prosecutor. And we've provided mentoring to a co-op paralegal student who needed to complete her practice hours to graduate. And then we've had a legal student been able to do his training before he goes into his third year and onto his articles. Next paragraph, or next slide, sorry. As you know, we have in the past asked for an additional lawyer and clerical person. We've changed that now to just a lawyer. We currently have 2 full-time lawyers in the legal department. We need an additional one. Jeff is our prosecutor, but he also assists in legal. And with the expanded areas of law that we're being asked to give advice on, with the increase in the litigation work and the increase requests for bylaws and legal work, we're just at the point where we need an additional person. The city has added employees, departments, projects, and the legal team has stayed the same. So in order to continue to provide services, we need to expand that. Next slide. As well, with the increases that we've seen and the task force, and with a new bylaw enforcement person possibly coming on, we work with bylaw to deal with a number of the charges. We had provided earlier the numbers that we're seeing in the courts from 2016 to 2021. We've pretty much doubled every year in the number of charges we've seen. So starting in 2016 with 30, 2017, 60, 2018, 120, 2020, we're dealing with 212. So it's working, it's increasing, I mean, and we just need the parties to be able to understand that we need some additional help to be able to deal with those. We currently have 231 Part 3 charges before the court, and it's anticipated with the Part 3 download, whenever that happens, there will be an additional 450 Part 3 informations, which are charges that'll come to our court. Next paragraph, or next slide, I mean. With respect to the costs, we had talked about in the November 15th report, where we thought we could deal with that. And we talked a lot about cost deferrals. In other words, keeping it in-house and not going outside for outside legal. There'll be an increase in the fines if we're increasing the number of charges and fines that are going through the court. And as well, we're reducing the request for a clerical person. We've looked at that and we'll try to absorb those costs. So we'll ask for the lawyer only and not a lawyer and a clerical person. So subject to any questions you have, those, that's my submission for the legal department.
You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
I apologize. I was flipping through my budget. I didn't want to hear everybody hear the pages turning. So yeah, so we have questions now for the legal department. I don't have anybody's virtual hand up, personal hand. Councilor Nero, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Fields, I would assume that risk manager position is in this budget, correct?
It is.
Okay, not the only outstanding one would be the extra employee lawyer that you're requesting.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's it for now, Mr. Mayor.
Anybody else for legal? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Fields. We appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
That brings us, Madam Clerk, to Fire Services.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to present to Mayor Provenzano and City Council the Fire Services 2022 budget. I'd like to thank the members of Sault Ste. Marie and Senior Fire Management Team for their commitment to the organization and the budget process. Deputy Chief Stuart Cole, Deputy Chief Paul Milosevic, Assistant Chief Dan Crozier, Office Supervisor Lisa McMillan. I also want to extend my appreciation to all staff at the Fire Service for their commitment to serve our community. The Sault Ste. Marie Fire Service is an external service that provides 24-hour, 7-day-a-week emergency response to the community. Fire Services consists of 5 divisions: administration, operations, where the primary objective is to provide emergency response to our community; fire prevention and public education, following the Ontario Fire Code and the provincial mandate from the Ontario Fire Marshal, the 3 lines of defense, which are public education, fire safety enforcement, and emergency response. Emergency management, where this role coordinates and develops the city's emergency plan. And support services, who's responsible for apparatus, fleet, equipment, building maintenance, and repairs. Total staff complement for fire service is 95. There are 89 union staff and 6 non-union staff. Next slide, please. Fire Services is presenting a 1.86% increase to the 2022 budget. Senior Fire Management has worked diligently within our budget to accomplish the goals and objectives to provide a sustainable, cost-efficient, and effective fire service to the city of Sault Ste. Marie. Our major revenue is from our fire protection agreement with Batchewana and our open air burn permits. In the benefits portion, increases are related to Canada Pension Plan, OMERS contributions, and WSIB, which includes presumptive cancer claims and occupational injuries. In other expenses, the 4.2% increase is directly related to our operating expenses for the service. These increases will be explained in a few slides. Also included is the 2% cost of business inflationary increase as detailed by Finance last Monday. Next slide, please. Key initiatives from 2021 and looking ahead to 2022 include, through council resolution and subsequent approval, Fire Services Cost Recovery Bylaw, which includes responses to false alarms, natural gas leaks without locates, has been recognized to recover over $17,000. The third-party cost recovery for insured perils will commence in 2022. This could see a potential of up to $50,000 in recoveries. Open air permits have been a major source of revenue for fire services for a number of years. In 2020, during COVID, 2,300 permits were processed. To date, in 2021, our revenue for these permits is slightly over $110,000. The same value is projected for 2022. With council approval, Sault Ste. Marie is a designated regional training center with the Ontario Fire College. We've been recently approved to host several courses in 2022. Major benefit for this designation is staff will have less or limited travel to achieve our training goals and objectives, and we will be able to host quality programs and courses to the region. Next slide, please. The The following items represent the 4.21% increase in other expenses for fire services. These are contained in the preliminary budget as presented. First increase located on the agenda under travel and training is $25,000. This is to operate and fund our post-traumatic stress disorder program, which is called Peer Support. This important program requires a new professional service provider, an agreement that will enhance, train, and support staff. The previous provider's agreement is no longer current. This program is supported by Legislative Bill 163, the Supporting Ontario's First Responder Act 2016. The goal of the peer support program is to mitigate or prevent PTSD for staff and reduce potential costs associated with claims. The second increase on the same page is for $10,000 for medical and personal protective equipment for medical responses. The funds will be utilized for items such as N95s and surgical masks, face shields, medical gloves, and medical equipment. During COVID, costs associated with required medical supplies has increased. Further response protocols have changed, as well as protective equipment required to be worn. These industry changes will be the accepted practices for medical responses. Prior to EMS transferring to DSAB, our supplies were restocked by EMS. This is no longer happening as they are no longer a city department. The third increase on the same page is for $8,080. $6,000 for that increase is related to advanced inspections of bunker gear, and the remaining $2,080 is directly related to the 2% inflationary increase. Fire services staff require their bunker gear, which is structural firefighting gear, to be advanced inspected and tested. This enhances our existing program and ensures staff are wearing gear that is being inspected and meets NFPA 1851 standard. Previously, this was done every 3 years. The standard was recently revised and now requires annual testing. This includes a complete liner inspection, which includes hydrostatic testing of the barrier and a visual inspection of the inner surface of the thermal liner. The total number of sets to be tested will be approximately 200 sets. The final increase of $6,121 represents the applied 2% inflationary increase. The $312,151 is transferred from our operating budget to our capital reserves to assist in funding future capital purchases. Next slide, please. Fire Services has 4 capital requests for 2022. The first request includes upgrading the radio communication system to a digital system. This request addresses our communications for all personnel. This is a health and safety concern as the current system is analog. We have multiple areas in the community where dead spots affect our radio transmissions. Due to the age of the current system, we have experienced some items that have been difficult to service. Firefighters depend on their radios as a lifeline when conducting interior operations to receive and relay information to and from command. Other areas of major concern: the system is not encrypted. Therefore, the general public that have access to a scanner can hear all of our radio communications. This has been a concern, and in further discussion with police services whose system is encrypted, we have had incidents where we support each other, but our communications are public. This will eliminate any potential for confidential information to be shared while communicating via radio transmissions. Equally, the addresses, locations, and nature of the incident will not be heard over a scanner. Annually, Fire Services spends about $5,000 towards repairs, replacement of radios, and the system. A new system would eliminate or reduce this amount. Risks associated with not approving: Fire Services would continue to use the current system, experience difficulties in communications, and not have an encrypted radio system. There would be a continued exposure to confidential information being transmitted. Next slide, please. The second capital request is for $130,000 to replace 4 daily fleet vehicles. Fire Services utilizes a number of apparatus, vehicles, and equipment to provide efficient and effective service to the community. As part of our asset management plan, there is a replacement schedule to follow when replacing these vehicles. Our support services division has been able to extend the life expectancy of our fleet vehicles. They are now beyond their life expectancy and the point of value versus the cost of repair. Examples of the mechanical issues are engine exhaust manifolds, brakes, tires, catalytic converters, leaking head gaskets, corrosion, and extensive body repairs to the vehicles. These vehicles are critical to the daily function of our service delivery for fire prevention. Risks associated with not approving staff would not have vehicles to perform their roles. This would create inefficiencies and backlogs in our process for our service to the community. We would also see an increase in our vehicle maintenance and repair costs. The third capital request is for $65,000 to replace our frontline response platoon chief vehicle. As per the Ministry of Labor field visits during fire services realignment, we were instructed to revise our operating guidelines to reflect the current staff model. The platoon chief vehicle is an integral response unit to meet the minimum on-scene staff to make entry to perform interior fire operations. There must be 7 on scene in order to make entry. This revision was approved by the ministry. This current vehicle is a 2011 and is at the end of its lifespan for frontline response. It has been included in our fleet replacement schedule and it's not unforeseen request, it has been forecast. The fourth request is to replace a 2004 one-ton utility truck for $65,000. This unit is used to pull the airboat, hazmat trailer, and our on-scene rehab trailer for firefighters. It also serves as a backup to the platoon chief's vehicle when out of service. Replacing our apparatus and fleet vehicles adhere to the approved Fire Master Plan recommendation number 42, which states fire service sustain its current fleet and major apparatus at all times. Next slide, please. Fire Services submitted a supplemental request to the operating budget to increase the amount of funds transferred from our operating budget to our fire capital reserves for apparatus, vehicles, and equipment. As highlighted last Monday by CFO Shell, the request provides options for council's consideration to plan for future capital purchases. Currently, we transfer $312,151 annually to fund those capital purchases. The Fire Capital Reserve is currently underfunded to meet the financial requirements to purchase mandatory vehicles to meet the approved level of service. The consequences of not funding these purchases will result in an older fleet, which could result in issues for part sourcing for repairs, increase in mechanical failure, which could affect responses, and increases to maintenance and repairs. If not funded through the capital reserves, debt financing would have to be considered to make future purchases. And that concludes Fire Services presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We'll take questions for the chief. So I saw Councillor Bezo-Allen's hand first and Councillor Dufour seconds. Councillor Scott, was that your hand? Did you put your hand up? And then Councillor Scott and then Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Chief Johnson, for the presentation. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Chief Johnson, on page 121 of 199, the support services, could you explain the 4 full-time positions in support services and what they do? And then you also have over 1,200 part-time hours.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bezo-Allen, the 4 staff members in support services, those are mechanical staff. We have 3 mechanics and an assistant chief of support services. And their role is to maintain our fleet, apparatus, and equipment. They do our building maintenance as well. But I'm not sure where the part-time hours, where you're seeing the part-time hours.
Right below the full-time positions, it says full-time positions 4.0, part-time hours 1,220.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council, that would be a summer student. But for this year and last year, we did not have. So I'm sorry, this year we didn't, but last year we did have a summer student.
Okay, so they're in the garage doing repairs. So under materials and supplies, you have you've taken out $53,700 out of your budget, and you've added maintenance and repairs. So I'm trying to understand the materials and supplies. So are you just putting whatever materials they need under maintenance and repairs?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council Visitor Allen, the materials and supplies, it's showing that's our cost recovery. So we have an agreement with the DSAB and the EMS, and we have a fuel recovery, and we also have maintenance recovery. So that offsets the $53,000.
Okay.
The money that's in the maintenance and repairs, those are the costs for doing the repairs as well. And the increase of the $6,000 that you see there, that represents the advanced inspection for bunker gear. That's where that increase is.
Okay. Okay. And then my only other question is regarding the vehicles and the capital requests, the daily use. So for the platoon chief, the utility truck, and the daily use prevention vehicles, could those be vehicles that you lease rather than purchase?
Mr. Mayor, to Council President, we have done a study to find the best option. For us, because we have the full-time staff, it makes more sense for us to purchase those vehicles. And as you can see by the life expectancy that we got from the current vehicles, it's cheaper for us in the long run to own the vehicles and maintain them ourselves and get the most that we can out of the lifespan of it. The previous study showed us that a recurring lease was more expensive than the cost of ownership for us because we have full-time mechanics at our disposal.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chief Johnson. No other questions.
Okay, Council Dufour.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Hi, Chief. Thanks for your presentation. I'm going to ask you a similar question that I asked to Mr. Ver earlier. Can you tell us a bit about what your travel and training priorities are for your department in 2022?
Sure, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council Dufour. Our priorities, obviously, we talked about the RTC and the Regional Training Center. We're in the inception of that right now. So it's going to take us a little bit of time to work that out and grow with the Fire College. Right now, those priorities are going to be staff development, officer training, fire prevention training, pump operations training, auto extrication, and instructor training. The goal for us is to eventually have our own staff become instructors for the RTC and actually work in conjunction with the Ontario Fire College. They have to shadow courses, they have to get their certifications to do that. So that's going to take us a little bit of time to accomplish those. And that's our priority right now.
Okay, so looking at the budgeted increase, I believe on page 200 there, I'm seeing that what you're budgeting for 2022 is approximately $140,000, up about 25% over last year. Is that correct?
That's correct. And just to point out that the increase there is specifically the $25,000. It's to fund that PTSD program. That's what the only increase in for that training is.
Okay, so then looking back at some prior years actuals, I was seeing usually around $60,000 to $70,000 a year pre-pandemic was about the level your department was at. Now, obviously, that would be before the PTSD program. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so would there be a service impact that you'd like council to know, to be aware of, should the travel and training budget be funded at more like a 2019 actual plus the PTSD program?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council Dufour. That's a great question. So with the bricks and mortar building closing at the Ontario Fire College, they've dispersed to the Regional Training Center program. It was a great program to go to the Ontario Fire College. We could send a staff member for a small fee of $65 plus any collective agreement, which usually was about a $300 expense. So for under $400, we could send a staff member to the Fire College for up to 2 weeks. And all their meals and boarding and the training was covered. If we can't host say a particular regional training center course here, we'd have to still send our staff away to get that. We'd have to pay for hotels, lodging, and food and travel expenses. We've actually just did a program for 2 staff members, and it was almost $1,800 per student to send them away to these courses. So significant increase from the almost $400 to $1,500, $1,400 per student. So I have to be very cautious of how that is, and until we can get our feet going on the RTC locally and see how that affects our operating budget.
So would the expectation then be beyond 2022 that with the location of the RTC here in Sault Ste. Marie, we would see that budget line go back down similar to what we were looking at pre-pandemic?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council Dufour, I would hope that it would, because the other goal of hosting and being an RTC would be eventually to make a small portions of revenue. So each course that we host, if we could get up to 15 to 16 students, we should be able to have a little bit of revenue that we can put back into our training. And then over the course of a couple of years, we could balance that off and adjust our travel and training budget.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. And what would be the horizon that you would expect at this time to start seeing some of those results? Like, are we looking at 2023 or beyond?
I think it'd be fair to start to see some of those results in 23 and 24.
Okay. One further question, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. Johnson. Is digital communication a requirement of the Fire Master Plan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council Dufour, yes, it is. I don't know the recommendation off the top of my head, but the recommendation encompassed our radio system and telephone system. And we've done the first portion of the phone system already, and this would be the final outstanding piece of it.
Okay, and where did you kind of arrive at that budgetary figure from? Was it based on other municipalities' costs for a similar system, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council Dufour, that's a quote provided for a local provider, and it encompasses basically all the equipment, the radios, the hardware, the software that ties into our system. I think we have to replace over 35 radios. And so those are expenses that we have with it, plus installation and also programming of the digital radios.
Okay, and I am reading this correctly, that was $550,000?
Yes.
So
sorry, sorry, not $550,000.
How much is it supposed to read?
The capital request for the digital radio system is $550,000.
Okay, that's a pretty substantial figure. Okay, thanks, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate it.
Next, I have Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dufour just asked actually all of my questions, so I can't really add anything. I was just going to ask about that 550,000 as well, but he touched on that, so I've got nothing more on this item. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Chief Johnson. Can you just comment? I asked you through email, and I just want to highlight it. Can you comment on last year's main expense and the previous year main expense? Was there or not some type of rescue unit that we purchased last year for you?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council Hollingsworth, last year we did have through the capital process $450,000 approved for a capital purchase of the rescue truck. That's still in the procurement stage. Not in the, we still have to build the specs. We've seen a large delay with COVID and supply chain. A lot of the suppliers are backlogged right now. The tanker that was the year prior to that, we had a tanker that was approved. It's being built right now. The build time for these units are about 360 to 380 days. So we won't see the tanker arrive till sometime in 2022. The rescue truck's significantly smaller, but we still have to finalize the specs on that and then put it to tender or RFP and then see the build. So there has been a bit of a delay because of COVID.
Oh, okay. So these delays, the amount that we gave you, do you anticipate coming back to council asking for more money? Will these prices change will we have a sticker shock? Will you be coming back asking for more money?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Council Hollingsworth, that's a great point. We're doing everything we can to stay on the budget for that. The tanker is already locked in at a price. We don't have to worry about that. The rescue truck, at what we've seen right now, I think that we're going to be able to meet budget, but I don't hold me to it, but we're going to do everything that we can. If it is, I think it'll be minimal.
Okay. To be honest with you, I'm concerned because we, for the last 2 years, have given you this X dollars, which are large dollars, as you just highlighted. And you just brought to our attention that you don't have them in your possession yet, and that there is a potential that there could be an increase in these. So at this time, I'm sorry, I can't any or further expenditures at this time because of these two large items that are still unknown. And having said that, can you comment on how many fires you fought last year and the previous year? And I know COVID plays a part.
Just let me get my people here. Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth. So to date in 2021, we've had 110 fires, 61 residential, 5 commercial, 6 industry, and 38 group or care home fires.
Okay. So, okay, that's helpful. So again, just looking the past 2-3 years, we've given you X dollars for a couple new trucks, and I'm glad that you have more defibrillators, and I'm glad you have more bunkers and better equipment for our firefighters. But there's so many other priorities as the survey showed from our constituents. So it's really a difficult case right now to support further. But thank you. I appreciate it. That's all.
Councilor Bruni?
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Regarding your legal insurance, it's an increase of almost $300,000, 17.09%. Can you just elaborate its taxes and licenses? Why it's such a high increase on this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bruni, I'm not sure. I don't know what budget line that is for fire services. You have to help me. I don't have anything like that on my sheets, Councilor Bruni.
No? You know what? My apologies. I'm on the legal side for some reason. It didn't scan all the way down.
Okay.
Legal insurance, 1 second. Second was another question. No, they talked about the staff training. That's fine. Thank you, and I apologize.
Councilor Hilsinger?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to follow up quickly on something Councillor Dufour asked about. So leaving the on the travel and training dollars, leaving the $25,000 out for the PTSD efforts. You're expecting, because there's been like a zero-based, projection of this, that the travel and training new costs that will result from the changes will total $50,000 next year. I'm just doing the round number math. So looking at the expenses being between $50,000 and $60,000 over the last number of years, 3-4 years. And then looking forward to that number that's been budgeted for in previous years, about $116,000. So that difference would be around $50,000. You're expecting this change in training availability and cost to take up $50,000, like to double?
Through you, Mayor, Council Hilsinger, yes, we are. I do want to point out that the increase of the $25,000 for the peer support or PTSD program, that was carried by the Human Resource Department and downloaded to fire services. So that's why we're asking for that too.
Yeah, I wasn't questioning that. I was just dealing with like the difference between the other. It's extraordinary amount of money. Oh, my other question is, you've got numerous vehicles, 3 or 4, I think, vehicle replacements planned. And I think it was somebody asked about, I think it was Councillor Hollingsworth, but I'm not sure, asked about leasing versus purchasing, which is good. But my question is, I believe the direction was, and I don't know if this applies to fire services, but that any new vehicles we were going to purchase in the future were going to be electric vehicles. Is that the plan?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hilsinger, I can answer that one.
Thank you.
Certainly that was the direction council had previously given us. What, as you may understand, vehicle acquisition of any type right now is a huge challenge, and particularly so with the new electric vehicles. They just aren't able to be acquired at this time. And even if they were, the pricing that we're seeing has really increased right now. We see this as a temporary bubble. When council provided that direction, we had undertaken at the time to come back to you with a budget adjustment that we'd be looking for in order to acquire electric vehicles. We can't give you a realistic idea of that right now in the current situation. So we need the vehicles now. Even if we get traditional internal combustion engines, we're probably still dealing with the issues of supply chain and getting them. But we have been speaking with other organizations like PUC, who are also going to be looking at adding to an electric vehicle fleet. And we're both running into the same challenges of trying to identify both supply and accurate pricing. And we are not able to give you that information in time for a 2022 budget.
So, Mr. White, could we expect that intention of council to convert to electric vehicles would be addressed with some sort of plan in 2022?
Yes, you can expect that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is that it for you, Councillor Hilsinger?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so that's my list for fire. Council, before we move on, I want to point out we've got essentially 3 things to cover. One is just can finalize the external budgets we heard presentations on tonight. And then 2 is we've got to talk about our capital budget. And 3, we have to talk about our operating budget. It is 10 minutes, 12 minutes to the prescribed limit on our meetings as indicated by our rules of procedure. Our rules of procedure indicate our meeting is 5 hours unless those rules are suspended. We are in committee of the whole, so I'm just going to ask for a straw vote. Who, we did book 2 nights for budget, so we have tonight's meeting and we have a meeting scheduled currently for tomorrow at 4:30. Who is interested in suspending the rules and continuing? And if we have a majority of people who are interested in suspending the rules and continuing, we'll do that. If we don't have a majority of people that are interested in suspending the rules and continuing, it seems to me that this would be a natural break. And then we begin our deliberations tomorrow at 4:30 and get right into our deliberations and have those discussions tomorrow. So I'm going to ask for a show of hands of the number of you that are interested in suspending the rules and continuing this evening. So I see Councillor Bruni, Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Hilsinger, and Councillor Nero. That's 4. Councillor Vezowan, you're confusing me here. Were you in favor of suspending the rules? Okay. So who is interested in stopping for the night and coming back tomorrow? Just show of hands. Councillor Christian, Councillor Dufour, Councillor Hollingsworth, Councillor Gardy, and Councillor Scott. Is that's 5-5 then? So I ultimately would be the decider of that. And my personal inclination is actually to continue tonight, but I'm gonna go the other way because I want to make sure that all of you feel confident and good with the decision we're making. And if half of you want to start a deliberation fresh after what you've heard tonight, I'm gonna respect that. So what we're gonna do then is we're going to come out of committee of the whole, Madam Clerk, and then we're not gonna, the motion to extend is not going to pass, so we won't bring it to the table. And I think what we can just then do, Mr. CEO, we wouldn't need to rise and report. We wouldn't need to pass the user fee bylaw, right? We would just adjourn for the evening and return tomorrow.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. And I was going to point out, I believe this resolution to suspend requires a 2/3 majority in any case.
Okay, so I wasn't the deciding factor there.
No.
And I think it's important, like, look, I want to continue this, I want to get this done, but I don't want to get it done at the expense of people feeling like they've had the time to properly consider it, discuss it. But I do want to deal with one thing before we leave tonight, is there was a number of there was a specific discussion around police. And there are two issues that were raised tonight that I think we could probably settle before tomorrow night if we come back. Councillor Shoemaker, you raised an issue of the fact that money was going into the levy for a capital project, a one-time capital fund. And one of the things that occurred to me when you were discussing that is that we own that building and it's part of our asset management plan, and there's got to be a different way we can fund that so it doesn't go in the levy. So I'm just going to ask for everybody's consensus that you want staff to look at that before our return tomorrow and bring us back information on that. The second issue that I think we could probably deal with tomorrow too is in our discussion, and Councillor Nero, you raised this point about adding funds to replace officers that are retiring with junior officers so that we can keep a certain number of officers on the road and our complement up. And that's being approached as a levy increase. And I had a brief discussion with the CAO and asked him if he would have a discussion with our finance and police services finance and determine why that is being approached as a levy increase. Because as the officers retire, there will be that room in the budget. So that we can probably settle by tomorrow night too. And that might help significantly with the decision on the police services budget when we get clarity on those two pieces of information. So if I could just have confirmation from council that you would like staff to canvass that second issue also with Sault Ste. Marie Police Services. Okay, so I see that. So Mr. White, that request is clear to you?
Yes.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, I'm in your hands then.
So I have a motion by Councillors Christian and Shoemaker that this council adjourn to December 7th, 2021.
All in favor? Motion is carried. Councillor Shoemaker, were you looking at voting against that?
I was, but that's okay.
But you were a seconder of it, but we can put you on the record.
I can change it.
That's all right. That's all right. Thank you.
You're going to lose that one in any event. Might as well be on the winning side of it.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody, thanks for your time and your dedication tonight. I say that both to staff and to council and everybody that hung on in the community at large to watch this deliberation. We'll return tomorrow at 4:30 to finish this off. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.